All right, good morning, counsel. Back on the record in the Simpson matter. The defendant's again present with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Kardashian, Mr. Douglas, and Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark and Mr. Darden. The jury is not present. We need to take up two matters. First of all, the court has found abundant good cause to excuse juror number 602. And we will be replacing juror number 602 when the jury joins us. I'm going to direct, excuse me, Mr. Cochran, can I have your attention, please? Yes, sir. Ms. Clark? I'm going to instruct counsel not to discuss publicly in any manner the proceedings that went on in chambers this morning regarding the excusal of this juror till the matter has been concluded.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, any other comment? My recollection is that the excusal was with the consent of both parties.
That is true, Your Honor.
There was no opposition from either side.
All right.
That is true.
All right, secondly, we have a tape that needs to be displayed to the defense.
I have a videotape.
All right, good morning, Mr. Darden.
Good morning, Your Honor. There's a videotape of Detective Van Adder driving from Bundy to Rockingham. He is attempting to approximate the time of the tape.
All right.
Okay, Ron, go ahead. Proceeding east on Asheville. Tracy Silverwood. Turning right south on Cliffwood from Ashford. On Cliffwood, approaching the signal at Sunset Boulevard to go left, east. Turning left east on the Sunset. Turning right south. Kittner. Which turns into Bundy Drive. We're approaching the intersection of Bundy and San Vicente. We're going to turn left east and then a quick right turn south back on the Bundy. We are approaching the intersection of Bundy and Montana. Continuing south across Montana on Bundy Drive. I see the intersection of Gorham. Passing the location of 875 now and turning right on Dorothy Avenue west. To the right, north in the alley to the rear of 875 Bundy. And stopping now right at the rear of 875.
All right, Mr. Darden, is that the complete tape?
That is, Your Honor. Can I have one moment? There is a second part, which is on laser. And that is the trip from Bundy back to Rocky Mountain.
One's on video and one's on laser. All right.
The directions, Your Honor, so. That makes it okay.
Does that mean it's faster? All right, how about the videotape as 118 and the laser
Okay,
as
we're start off
119?
with a real nice, easy warm up, right? All we can do is elevate the heart rate.
Nope.
Is that a
Take a little longer to get to Bundy.
Is there any way we can do a chapter stop on the laser disc?
Center 360 North Rock on the alley. Okay, Ron, go ahead.
Excuse me, Mr. Dart, can you hold on to that, please? This appears to be the same sequence, starting at the Ashford Gate. It appeared,
And it's 10:15 p.m., September 25th, 1994, at the rear of 875 South Bundy, starting north in the alley to the rear. Okay, go ahead, Ron. We're approaching Montana Avenue, where we will turn right east. And approaching the intersection of Bundy, where we will turn left north. We are now headed north on Bundy Drive. Approaching the intersection of San Vicente, we will turn left west. Traveling west on San Vicente and making a turn right north on Bundy Drive. Approaching the intersection of Sunset Boulevard, where we will turn left west. I'm proceeding west on Sunset Boulevard. Approaching the intersection of Bristol Court, then we will turn right north. approaching the intersection of Highwood Street, where we're turning right, or excuse me, left to west. Approaching the intersection of Rockingham Avenue, turning right north. We are arriving at the Rockingham Gate at 360 North Rockingham and stopping at the curb.
All right, Mr. Darden, are those the two clips you wish to exhibit to the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Any comment from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, anything else before we invite the jurors to join us? All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jury, please. All right, Mrs. Robertson, would you please draw a number from our list of alternate jurors?
Juror number 1290, can you please have a seat in seat number 3?
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies to you again. This is how we start off every morning. My apologies to you for the delay in getting started. I know that you are aware that we've been in session with the lawyers. We've had some other problems getting started this morning. Other matters that I've had to take up out of your presence. I've had to view some videotapes that are going to be shown this morning before they're shown to you to make sure that they're acceptable. And I apologize to you again for the delay. Deputy McNair has already put a call in for the other problem that we had back there. So hopefully we won't have that problem again, but you have to understand this is a 25-year-old court building and we have those problems from time to time. All right, Mr. Darden, do you wish to resume with your direct examination of Detective Van Ander?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right,
Thank you.
Detective, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, the record should reflect that we have been rejoined by all the members now of our jury panel. Detective Philip Van Ander is on the witness stand on direct examination by Mr. Darden. Good morning, Detective Van Ander.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Detective, you're reminded you are still under oath. Mr. Darden, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Detective Van Adder, when we left off yesterday, you told us that you were speaking to Cato Kaling when you were interrupted by Detective Furman.
That's correct, yes.
And were you taking Mr. Kaling's statement at that time?
I was at that point writing notes to take the entire statement that I had talked to him about, yes.
Were you writing those notes simultaneous with your conversation with Mr. Kaling?
No, sir, I wasn't.
So you'd already spoken to Mr. Kalin.
I had a conversation, then I was going to go back, go over the conversation, and write notes of the conversation.
Was Mr. Kalin present, or rather in your presence, when Detective Furman came to get you?
Yes, he was.
Now, were you the first detective to be taken to the south side of the house to view the glove?
I didn't know at that time, but I've subsequently found out that I was not.
Now, and what time was it that you saw the glove, if you recall?
It was approximately 6:30. That's an approximation, sometime between 6:15 6:30.
Okay. Now, yesterday you told us that you climbed a wall just last week. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And was that in connection with a criminal investigation?
No, sir. It was in connection with doing my lawns and taking care of my home.
Also, yesterday you told us that you and Detective Furman went to the south side of the house and that you saw the glove there on the ground. Is that right?
Yes.
How long did you remain on that south walkway?
Not very long. I walked back out front with Furman, and not very long, a minute or two.
So you and Detective Furman walked to the front of the house?
Back out to the front of the house, that's correct.
And at that time, did you and Detective Furman have a conversation?
Yes,
Did you ask him to do something?
I did.
What did you ask him to do?
I asked him to go back to the Bundy location to look at the other glove and to make sure that I was seeing what I was seeing.
Where was Detective Lang at that time?
I believe Detective Lang had come out of the house. I believe he had just left OJ Simpson, but I'm not positive of that.
Now, why did you tell Detective Furman to go back to Bundy and view the glove?
Because what I had seen originally at Bundy and what I seen at Rockingham, it appeared to be the same type glove. They left in a right-handed glove, man's leather glove. I wanted to make sure that that was actually what I was seeing. I wanted him to go back and confirm that this was a left-handed man's leather glove.
And did Detective Furman leave your presence?
He did.
And did you watch him as he left?
Yes.
Did you see where he went at that time?
I observed him and Detective Phillips exit the Rockingham gate exit the Ashford gate to go to their vehicle that was parked there and leave the location.
At what time, if you recall, did Phillips and Furman leave the location?
I believe it was approximately 6:40 in the morning.
And did you remain standing in front of the property at Rockingham?
No, I met with my partner, Detective Lang, in the front there. We had a brief conversation.
When you say that you met with Detective Lang in the front, do you mean that you met with him inside the house or outside the house?
Outside the house.
Okay. Were you still on Mr. Simpson's property at that time?
Yes, in his driveway.
And what did you and Detective Lang do at that time, if anything?
Well, we discussed what had been found, the fact that we may have an extension of the crime scene from Bundy, and we made a determination that Detective Lang would return to the Bundy crime scene immediately and start that investigation.
And did Detective Lang leave your presence at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you watch him leave?
Yes.
What time was it when Detective Lang left Rockingham that morning?
Approximately 6:45.
Now, you say that you and Detective Lang discussed the idea that you now had an extension of the Bundy crime scene?
Well, we believed at that point that the probability of what had been found, that we had an extension from the Bundy crime scene.
Now, did you walk Detective Lang to his car?
No.
What, if anything, did you do after Detective Lang left?
I was in the driveway of the residence and I started looking around, and in the vicinity of one of the vehicles parked in the Rockingham driveway, I observed what appeared to me to be a blood spot on the ground.
You saw a blood spot.
What appeared to be a blood spot, yes.
And did you say that you saw that blood spot in the vicinity of a parked vehicle?
That's correct.
Can you describe this vehicle for us?
It was near the two vehicles that were parked in the driveway, and I believe it was closest to the Bentley that was parked there.
Now, was that the first time that you noticed this blood drop or apparent blood drop?
That's correct, yes.
And what significance, if any, did you attach to your observation of that apparent blood drop?
Well, seeing that blood drop obviously triggered the fact that I'd seen what appeared to be a blood trail leaving the crime scene at Bundy with someone that was either injured or carrying something bloody that was dripping. It immediately made me think that I'd picked up the blood trail again from Bundy.
What did you do at that point? What, if anything, Detective?
I walked west in the driveway, concentrating on looking at the driveway to see if I could find any other blood drops or what appeared to be blood drops. And I did. I found approximately 3 or 4 more drops between the rear end of the Bronco and the first one that I discovered.
And at that time, did you approach the Bronco again?
I did, yes.
And what did you do at that time?
Well, seeing what appeared to be another blood trail, I walked to the Bronco to have a closer look at the Bronco to see if there was any other blood I could see there. I looked in from the passenger side of the vehicle and observed what appeared to be a blood smear along the passenger side of the console and what appeared to be blood on the inside of the driver's door of the vehicle.
And what happened next, Detective?
I then walked back east in the driveway, again looking at what appeared to be blood drops, and followed him found an additional 3 or 4 drops that led to the front door of the location.
You told us that at some point a criminal appeared at the Rockingham house.
Yes, sir.
And that was Dennis Fung.
Yes.
And what time did he arrive?
Approximately 7:10 in the morning.
And did a crime scene photographer appear at Rockingham?
Yes.
At what point during the day was that?
I believe he accompanied Detective Furman back to the location, which would have been shortly after the criminalist arrived.
Were those apparent blood drops photographed?
Yes.
And was the Bronco seized?
Yes.
Let me see the board. here. It is entitled Blood Trail at 360 North Rockingham Avenue. May it be marked People's 118, 120? People's 120. It contains several photographs, Your Honor, and they are lettered A through G.
Looks like A through K to me. It's amazing how I can see through the board, isn't it?
That's why you're the judge and I'm the lawyer. Detective, if you'll step down from the witness stand for a moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Detective, if you'll walk over to this side of the board, please, and direct your attention to photograph A on the board that has been marked People's 120.
Yes, sir.
Keep your voice up, Detective.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Detective, showing you what is marked People's 120 photograph A. You see that photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
This is the Rockingham Gate, the entrance to the residence. This is the rear of the Bronco. This shows the residence address, and these two small white cards you see are evidence tags to mark apparent blood drops.
Okay. And what is shown in photograph B?
Photograph B is a close-up of the first blood drop that's in the asphalt street there.
Okay. And photograph C, is that a perspective shot of the of a portion of the driveway at 360 North Rockingham?
Yes, sir, it is. It's looking east toward the garage.
Okay. Do you see the white markers there in the driveway?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what are those meant to depict or indicate?
Those are evidence tags that are put there by the criminalist when he's marking and photographing evidence.
Okay. And what is the criminalist intending or attempting to mark?
To show the
location.
trail, which would be leading east toward the residence.
And photograph D?
Photograph D is the shows the first drop that I observed in the driveway.
And is that that's the drop you referred to earlier when you said you saw an apparent blood drop in the vicinity of a vehicle?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And which vehicle is that depicted in the photograph, if you can tell?
I believe that's the rear vehicle. I believe that's the Saab, as I recall.
And photograph E?
Photograph E is a close-up of that, I believe.
That being what?
This drop that's depicted here in photograph D.
Okay. Let me ask you to step to the other side of the board, if you will.
Yes, sir.
Photograph F. What is depicted in photograph F?
That again is a continuation of the blood drops that run toward, or what appear to be blood drops that run toward the front of the residence. These tags again are placed by the criminalist to show the location of those drops.
Now, after you returned from the Bronco, did you follow the apparent blood drops?
I did, yes, sir.
And where did they lead you?
Well, I ultimately determined that they led me right into the residence.
Right through the front door?
Right through the front door, that's correct.
What is shown in photograph G?
Photograph G, I believe, is a close-up of the first evidence tag that's depicted in photograph F here.
And photograph H?
Photograph H would be a close-up, I believe, of the drop that's depicted in photograph F and photograph I toward the front of the residence.
Photograph I,
Is a different perspective, a closer perspective of the evidence tag that's depicted in photograph F here.
and what is depicted in photograph J?
Photograph J is a close-up of the droplet that you see from a distance in photograph K. It's first shown in a perspective to the front door, and then the photographer takes a close-up of it to identify it.
And photograph K?
That's a perspective of the same drop in J from a distance that shows the front door, the perspective to the front door.
Yeah, okay. Now, Detective, there's also a diagram contained on this board, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you see the red lines and the red drops depicted on the diagram?
Yes.
And what are they intended to indicate, Detective?
That would indicate the start of the trail at the back of the Bronco, which was parked on the street, leads into the driveway and right to the entrance of the home.
If we may we show the jury the board?
Yes.
The entire jury the board. Now, Detective, yesterday you told us that the blood trail at Bundy ended at the apron behind 875 South Bundy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you recall, what is the distance between the blood drop closest to the rear of the Bronco, located at 360 North Rockingham?
The distance from the rear of the Bronco to
Yeah.
the blood drop?
Yeah.
I can't tell you exactly. I would have to estimate that.
Well, go ahead, estimate it.
Oh, probably 3-4 feet, maybe.
Okay, so you pick up the trail at the rear of the Bronco. At Rockingham.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you told us a moment ago that the blood trail, that you followed the blood trail into the front door.
I followed it to the front door. At that point, other detectives were there and pointed out blood spots right in the foyer of the home to me.
Other detectives pointed out blood drops inside Mr. Simpson's home.
That's correct, yes.
Certainly. Detective showing you a photograph previously marked as People's 112. What is depicted in that photograph?
That photograph shows the foyer area of Mr. Simpson's home, and it shows a criminalist evidence tag of a area that contained what appeared to be blood drops.
Your Honor, we have a second photograph. It has not been previously marked. May it be marked Peoples 121?
Yes.
And showing you what has been marked as Peoples 121, Detective. What is depicted in that photograph?
That's a close-up of the apparent blood drops that was shown in the other photograph on a closer perspective.
And these blood drops are located inside the foyer at Mr. Simpson's home?
Inside the front door, yes, sir.
Did you continue to search that area for other blood drops?
Not at that point, no.
What did you do at that point?
I had other detectives that had arrived, and I had a uniformed or a couple of uniformed officers there. I informed them that it was now a crime scene, to seal it, not to do anything until I returned, that I was going to do a search warrant to get into the residence.
Weren't you already inside the residence?
Yes, but I hadn't searched it.
And when you say that you told the other detectives to seal the location, what do you mean by that?
Not let anyone in or into the location to contaminate any possible evidence that may be there.
What did you do next?
I had observed that Arnell Simpson had returned to the location with a man that was subsequently identified as Al Cowlings with the two minor children. I spoke with Mr. Cowlings and asked him if there was a place that they could go to leave the residence because it was going to be sealed as a crime scene, and he stated yes, and they left.
What happened next, Detective?
I left the location at approximately 7:30.
Was the criminalist already there?
Oh, yes.
And what was he doing at 7:30, if you know?
Well, when he arrived, I had shown him the evidence that had been discovered. I told him that I wanted it tagged, photographed, and to be collected because it was in the elements, and there was a dog running loose on the property, and he was working at that when I left.
Now, where was Detective Furman when you left the property at 7:30 in the morning?
The last time I saw Detective Furman, he was with Detective Roberts by the front door of the residence.
To go back for a moment to your conversation with Mr. Kalin, at any time, did you ask Mr. Kalin if there was an extra set of keys to the Bronco?
Yes,
Did he respond?
yes.
What did he say?
He conducted a search of the kitchen area where extra keys to the vehicle were normally kept. None were found.
We have another board. It is entitled Bronco Evidence.
122.
May it be marked People's 122.
People's 122.
Detective, before you step down, you told us you told us this morning that you'd asked Detective Furman to return to Bundy to look at the glove at Bundy.
Yes,
Had he returned from Bundy by the time you left at 7:30?
yes.
When in proximity in time to your departure from Rockingham did Detective Furman return, if you know?
He arrived, I believe, about the same time as the criminalist or shortly after the criminalist, which would have been 7:10 to 7:15.
Detective, if you'll step down for a moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Did you have conversation?
Oh,
Detective, showing you the board marked People's 122 and entitled Bronco Evidence. First, in the upper right-hand corner, does that photograph depict the Bronco you saw parked at 360 North Rockingham?
it would appear to me, yes.
And showing you the photograph marked A on People's 122. What is shown in that photograph?
That is the inside of the driver's door of the vehicle.
And the white tags? You see white tags in photograph A?
Yes, I do.
And what are those tags intended to indicate?
Those are criminalist evidence tags that are placed there where evidence is located on the inside of the vehicle. That's to photograph and document the location of the items.
Okay. What items are being marked in this photograph?
There's blood. What appears to be blood at these areas inside the door of the car.
Okay. Did you see that blood in the Bronco?
I saw blood inside the Bronco on the driver's door here along the top and along this area here.
Okay. You're indicating
21 and 22.
okay. You also see an evidence tag number 23 in that photograph, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see blood at that location?
I don't recall seeing it there. There was no, not at that time. I don't recall seeing it there.
And directing your attention to photograph B,
Yes, sir.
what is shown in that photograph?
That's the console area, passenger side of the vehicle.
And there are two evidence tags indicated in that photograph as well, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Tag numbers 31 and 30?
Yes.
And what are they intended to indicate?
Again, they are criminalist evidence tags to indicate the location of evidence and to document its location from its photograph.
Now, Detective, you told us a moment ago that you looked through the passenger window inside the vehicle, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you ever look inside the vehicle from any other perspective?
I did a number of times that morning, yes, but earlier in the morning.
And you also testified that you asked Mr. Kalin if there was an extra set of keys to the Bronco?
That's correct.
And why did you ask him for an extra set of keys?
The vehicle was locked. We didn't have any way to get into the vehicle.
Did you touch the door handle?
No, I did not.
How do you know the vehicle was locked?
You could tell by looking at the knobs, the lock knobs, that the vehicle was locked, and I didn't want to touch it because it was being preserved as evidence. I asked for the keys because I knew the vehicle was going to be impounded, and it would have made it easier for the tow truck driver to impound if we would have had the keys.
Now, referring your attention again to photograph A, do you see any portion of the door lock in that photograph?
Yes, you can see it right here.
Did you ever see anyone open the door to the Bronco that morning?
No,
Did you ever see Detective Furman open the door?
no,
You ever open the door?
no,
You ever see anyone wipe a bloody glove around inside that vehicle?
no.
Now, the photographs contained on People's 122, were they taken at Rockingham?
Yes. No. Let me correct that. They were taken the following morning at the Los Angeles Police Department print shack where we had the vehicle towed to.
You told us a moment ago that you could not see the evidence marked with the number 23. Is that right?
I don't recall seeing it down there. I could have, but I don't recall at this point.
You didn't open the door to look?
No.
Could you see each and every area each square inch of the interior of the Bronco?
No, I could not.
You always remained outside.
Yes.
Are the windows tinted at all?
To the best of my recollection, I don't believe they are, but I'm not really positive on that.
Thank you, Detective. Will we take the stand? The board to the rest of the jury.
Yes.
Now, the white markers with the numbers that we've been looking at, those are evidence markers?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And were those items collected?
Yes.
They were collected by the criminals?
Yes.
And I'm referring specifically to People's 122, the Bronco board.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you earlier told us that Mr. Simpson was not a suspect. That is while you were at Bundy, is that correct?
At what point are you asking me, sir?
Okay, well, after your first walkthrough at Bundy, was he a suspect?
No.
And when you first arrived at Rockingham, was he a suspect?
No.
During the time that you were ringing the buzzer in front of the property, was he a suspect then?
No.
And when you rang the front door at Rockingham, was he a suspect then?
No.
At some point in time, did you consider him a suspect?
Absolutely. Yes.
And at what point in time was it that you considered him a suspect?
He became a suspect as soon as I saw the glove at the side of the house. It appeared to be a match to the glove, the opposite glove, to the glove that I'd seen earlier at Bundy. And then after coming out into the driveway and finding the blood trail, he became a very strong suspect.
And how, if at all, did your observations of the blood inside the Bronco figure into your decision that Mr. Simpson was a suspect?
That appeared to be the mode of transportation that had transported the blood trail from Bundy to Rockingham.
Now, did you testify earlier that you declared Rockingham a crime scene?
That's correct.
Now, at that point, what were your investigative concerns?
At what point, sir?
At the point in time that you declared Rockingham a crime scene?
At that point, my investigative concerns was to ensure that the location was secured, that there was no destruction of evidence, and to further the investigation by getting a search warrant for the interior of the residence.
And did you obtain a search warrant?
I did.
Okay. Did you consider the Bronco evidence at all?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay. Now, what steps did you take to preserve the Bronco?
I had a uniformed officer stationed on the vehicle with instructions to protect it, not to let anyone approach or do anything with the vehicle.
Okay. Well, you've seen some of the photographs shown by the defense in this case.
I have?
Did you see the photograph of the woman peering through the window of the Bronco?
Yes.
How did that happen, if you know?
Well, I wasn't there at that time, so I can't tell you how, but it upsets me that it did happen.
And in terms of obtaining a search warrant for the property, what, if anything, did you do?
I left the location of Rockingham, drove to the Bundy location to inform my partner very briefly of what I'd found, and then proceeded to West LA Station where I sat down and worked on the warrant.
Now, did you actually leave Rockingham at 7:30 a.m. that morning?
Approximately 7:30, yes.
Okay. What time did you leave Bundy the second time?
It's probably 7:45,
So you left Detective Lang's presence at 7:45?
approximately 7:45, yes,
And where did you go at that particular point in time?
to West Los Angeles Station,
And what time did you arrive there?
close to 8 o'clock.
And you returned to Rockingham at some point?
Yes,
And why did you go back to Rockingham?
I had a search warrant,
What time did you return to Rockingham?
approximately noon.
Now, prior to your return to Rockingham with the search warrant, did you stop again at the Bundy location?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Why did you stop there?
To inform my partner that I had a search warrant and that I was going to the Rockingham location to have that executed.
And when you returned to Rockingham at approximately noon that day, were other detectives at the location?
Yes,
Was Detective Furman there?
yes.
What are the names of the other detectives that were at Rockingham at that time?
Detective Roberts was there, Detective Looper, Detective LaFall, and I don't recall any other detectives at that point.
Were there some uniformed officers at the location at that time?
Yes.
How many uniformed officers were there at the location at that time?
I only saw 2 or possibly 3. There were 2 at the Rockingham gate, and I believe there was 1 at the Ashford gate, but I'm not positive on that.
Are you acquainted with Officer Thompson?
I now know who he is, yes.
Did you see him at the location, that is at Rockingham, when you returned at 12 noon?
I did.
And was a search conducted of Mr. Simpson's home at that time?
Shortly after that, yes.
Did you conduct that search personally?
I did not.
Who conducted the search, if you know?
The search was, I turned over the responsibility of the search and the search warrant to Detective Looper from Robbery Homicide Division.
And why did you do that, Detective?
Because I had to leave the location.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Just one more moment, if I may, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Detective, you told us that Mr. Simpson became a suspect after you found, or rather after Detective Furman found the glove on the south side of the property. Is that correct?
After it was shown to me, he became a suspect to me, yes.
Okay. And not before that?
No.
Can we approach off the record for a moment?
Certainly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's something I need to look at out of your presence, and I'm going to ask you to step back. Unfortunately, the problem that you buzzed about hasn't been fixed yet. So we are going to take our break at noon, though. So if there's a problem, I'm sure that we can have a hall monitor for the facilities, but it should only be about 3 to 5 minutes, I hope. All right, so if you'll just step back into the jury room, please. Forgetting something? You Liaison, be seated. Mr. Darden, you have something you want to show us? All right, jury has left the courtroom.
Okay, this is the final warning. Everyone step back, please.
OJ, what can you say about this?
Back up, please.
Get back here. You got any comments, OJ? You don't know anything, you say?
Please step back. Please step back.
Have you been told you're under arrest, OJ?
I'll see you in a couple minutes. Okay?
All right, thank you, Mr. Darden. Any objections from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, what's the basis of the objection?
Your Honor, I don't believe it accurately reflects what the testimony has been. Testimony has been he wasn't arrested until the 17th, wasn't charged, and previous testimony from previous witnesses have been that he was not under arrest. And that I don't believe this gives a false impression that he was arrested, at least temporarily.
But we have a concept in the law of arrest and detention, the concept of detention, short of arrest, don't we?
Well, we have no testimony to that yet, Your Honor.
All right. Perhaps.
There's no foundation.
At this point, Mr. Darden.
Well, Detective Van Adder is here to explain the video and to explain to us whether or not Mr. Simpson was placed under arrest or detained. And he is also here to explain to us how it is that Mr. Simpson became unhandcuffed. Certainly, he's competent to testify to all of these things. He is a police officer.
I'm sorry, you done? We would also, Your Honor, object to any of the audio portions of that tape with a reporter asking questions, with Mr. Weitzman making some statements to his client, which are privileged communications and are all hearsay statements.
All right. I think the audio was predominantly still cameras clicking and somebody's electrical generator. Do you need the audio on this, Mr. Darden?
We overhear no conversations between Mr.
I heard
Weitzman.
questions being
If
asked.
they don't have conversations, then there'd be no objection to not having the audio.
Mr. Darden?
I'm saying that I don't hear any conversations, but I didn't hear a conversation between Mr. Weitzman and Mr. Simpson. Maybe
want
I'm
the audio?
wrong. You tell me.
Do you want the audio?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to sustain the objection to the tape at this time until there's a foundation for what it depicts. All right, let's have the jurors. All right, you may proceed, Mr. Darden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, when you arrived back at Rockingham, you say you arrived at 12 o'clock noon?
Approximately noon, yes.
Okay. And was Mr. Simpson there at the property at that time?
No.
Did you see Mr. Simpson at Rockingham sometime that day?
Yes.
And do you recall what time at all?
Approximately 10 minutes or so after I arrived.
And was he carrying anything that you saw?
When I first saw him,
Yes.
no, sir.
Did you see any lawyers on the property or anyone you knew to be a lawyer on the property at that time?
I saw a lawyer by the Rockingham gate, yes.
And did you recognize that lawyer?
I did.
This lawyer was a lawyer you had seen in the past?
Yes.
And who was that lawyer?
Howard Weitzman.
When you arrived at noon, did you have a conversation with Mr. Weitzman at all?
Just a greeting, just hello type conversation.
Did you allow Mr. Weitzman to walk onto the property at that time, that is at 12 noon?
No,
Okay. And why not?
because it was a sealed crime scene.
Okay. Did he ask permission to walk onto the property at that time?
No.
Where was Mr. Simpson the first time you saw him that day?
Walking across the driveway in the front of the residence,
And could you see his hands at that time?
I could.
Where were they?
He was handcuffed.
Had you handcuffed Mr. Simpson?
No.
Someone else handcuffed him?
Apparently, I didn't.
Okay. Had you ordered someone to handcuff him?
No.
Had you ordered someone or anyone to arrest him?
No.
If you know, Detective, how is it that this defendant was handcuffed that day?
When I arrived,
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. Stipulation.
Sustain.
You told us a while ago that you are acquainted with Officer Thompson.
I am now. I wasn't then.
Did you speak to Officer Thompson when you arrived at noon?
Yes,
Okay. And did you ask him to do something?
I did.
What did you ask him to do?
To make sure that Mr. Simpson wasn't able to enter the property if he showed up there.
Did you ask him to do anything else?
Ask him to detain him there in front and let me know that he was there.
You asked Officer Thompson to detain Mr. Simpson?
Yes, and let me know that he was present.
And you've been a police officer how many years now, Detective?
Over 26.
Okay. This term that you just used, detain, what did that term mean to you?
It just means to ask a person or have a person stay at a certain location. It's not physically putting him under arrest or taking him into custody.
When you told Officer Thompson to detain Mr. Simpson in front of the property, did you intend to convey to him that he should handcuff Mr. Simpson?
No, sir.
Did you ever use the term handcuff or the word handcuff when you posed this question to Officer Thompson?
No.
When you saw Mr. Simpson handcuffed on the property that first time, was he in the company of someone?
Officer Thompson.
And what did you do when you saw the defendant handcuffed with Officer Thompson?
I went out to his location.
And does that mean you went to Mr. Simpson?
Yes, I exited the residence and walked to where Mr. Simpson was.
Now, where was Mr. Weitzman at that time?
He was still at the Rockingham Gate.
And what, if anything, occurred when you walked over to Mr. Simpson?
I explained the reason I was there, what was happening, what was going to happen. And Mr. Simpson's attorney came walking up and asked if he could join the conversation, and I said yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Weitzman ask you to do anything?
Yes.
What did he ask you to do?
Asked me to take the handcuffs off.
Did you have the key to the handcuffs?
I have a handcuff key, yes.
Did you take the cuffs off?
Yes,
Why did you take the cuffs off, Mr. Simpson?
because he was not under arrest at that time.
But you considered him a suspect, is that correct?
He was a very strong suspect.
You considered him a suspect in 2 brutal murders?
That's correct.
Why didn't you arrest him at that time?
Well, knowing the situation that I was in, the amount of press that was present, I felt it better to continue the investigation and obtain additional evidence such as serology evidence before presenting the case to the district attorney's office for filing. I realize I only have a 48-hour time frame to put together and file a criminal case if a person is in custody.
Why was the media's presence a factor at all in your decision to take the handcuffs off?
Just the overwhelming amount of media that was present. It had turned into a media fest. And with who I was dealing with, I wanted to make sure that I had a sufficient case before presenting that case to the district attorney's office for filing. Again, I realize I only have 48 hours to either file the case or turn the person loose. And I knew it would take me longer than that, probably an additional day past that, to get any kind of serology testing done. That's why I didn't place him under arrest at that point.
All right, the jury is to disregard the answer After, again, I realize I only have 48 hours, that part is stricken from the record as being non-responsive.
If I can go back and
You asked him if the media had anything to do with his decision not to arrest. He told us about it being a media fest.
you struck the entire answer, did you?
No, I struck everything, and then when we again, I knew I only had 48 hours. That part,
Okay.
since the jury's heard it once already.
Detective Van Adder, when you released the handcuffs from Mr. Simpson's wrist, did you have the serology results, test results?
No,
Overruled.
no.
Can you tell us whether or not you had had sufficient time to evaluate all of the evidence you had up to that point?
I had enough probable cause to make an arrest, absolutely. But I wanted to continue the investigation to ensure that everything I had was what I believed I had, and to ensure that I had a case for filing when it was presented.
Overruled.
So do I understand you to say, Detective, that in your mind you could have arrested Mr. Simpson at that time?
Oh, absolutely, I could have, yes.
Can I have one moment, John? You realized that the defendant was a celebrity, did you?
Yes.
Overruled.
What significance, if any, did you attach to his celebrity status at that time?
Celebrity status really has nothing to do with my feelings regarding arresting or filing criminal charges on someone. That meant nothing to me, the fact that he was a celebrity. What I was interested in was knowing the filing policy. I wanted to make sure that the case was a fileable case before the arrest was made.
Is that what you do in all cases, Detective?
Absolutely.
You mentioned a moment ago that that had you arrested Mr. Simpson, that you would have had to have filed a case within 48 hours. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You've sent blood and biological evidence to the lab, to the crime lab in the past for analysis. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is there a standard time or standard turnaround time when you send evidence to the crime lab?
No, it varies from case to case. I've never gotten anything back in that amount of time in my career.
You ever get anything back the same day?
Never.
And you knew that?
I knew that.
Now, did you have a further conversation with Mr. Weitzman after you took the handcuffs off the defendant?
Yes.
And did you ask him to do something?
Yes.
What did you ask Mr. Weitzman to do?
To follow me to Parker Center.
Why?
He wanted to be with his client, Mr. Simpson.
You were going to take Mr. Simpson to Parker Center?
Yes.
Was he under arrest?
No.
Was he free to leave?
If he would have wanted to at that point, he could have, yes.
He was free to leave despite your belief?
I had asked him voluntarily to accompany me to Parker Center for an interview. He agreed to that. Mr. Weitzman wanted to be with him. I asked him to follow me to Parker Center. He was not under arrest at that point.
And did you drive the defendant to Parker Center?
Yes, sir, I did.
Was he in handcuffs during that drive?
He was not.
But he was a suspect.
Yes.
Have you in the past driven other murder suspects to the police station in your police vehicle?
Yes, many times.
Did you handcuff them?
Some of them, not all of them.
Did Mr. Weitzman follow you and the defendant to Parker Center?
He met us at Parker Center, yes.
And did you have a further conversation with Mr. Weitzman at that time?
I did.
What was that conversation?
He requested,
What's the objection? Sustained.
Did you ask Mr. Weitzman to do anything?
Mr. Weissman asked me to do something.
And what did he ask you to do?
To,
It's a question, Your Honor. It's not offered.
I'm going to sustain the objection unless you want to be heard.
Okay.
All right. Will the court report, please?
That they were in?
I could see the door, yes. I was in the secretary's area. The interview rooms are along one wall of that area.
Was the defendant handcuffed at that time?
No,
Was he under arrest?
no.
How long did Mr. Weitzman and Mr. Taft and the defendant remain in that room?
Probably 20 to 30 minutes.
Did you interrupt them at any time?
I did not.
Did you ever ask them to hurry up?
No,
You never asked them to hurry up and conclude their conversation or whatever it was they were doing in there?
no,
Did you overhear any part or any portion of any conversation the defendant had with his lawyers?
no,
Did you attempt to?
no.
At some point, did the defendant and Mr. Taft and Mr. Weitzman exit the room?
Mr. Weitzman and Mr. Taft did. Simpson remained in the room.
Had you told him earlier to remain in the room?
Well, I think that was understood that we were going to interview him, yes.
Now, when Mr. Weitzman and Mr. Taft came out of that room, did you have a conversation with them?
Yes,
What was that conversation?
that we wanted to interview his client.
And did you make any offers at all to Mr. Weitzman and Mr. Taft at that time?
Yes,
And what was that?
I invited Mr. Weitzman to stay if he wanted to.
Did you ever tell Mr. Weitzman that he could not be present during any interview or conversation you might have with the defendant?
I did not.
And when you told Mr. Weitzman that he could remain if he wanted to, what did he say?
He said he didn't need to. The only parameters he wanted was for me to tape record the conversation.
Mr. Weitzman say where he was going?
Yeah, he said he was going to go to lunch.
And was Mr. Taft present during this conversation?
Yes,
And what did Mr. Weitzman do after he told you that he was going to go to lunch?
I observed him and Mr. Taft leave the area that I was in, headed toward the exit of the floor of the building.
How long was Mr. Simpson, the defendant, at Parker Center that afternoon, if you know?
3 to 3.5 hours approximately.
And what time did you and the defendant arrive at Parker Center, if you recall?
I believe it was around 12:40, 12:45, something like that.
And what time did Mr. Simpson leave Parker Center that day?
I believe 3:30, the area of 3:30, something like that.
And was the media present outside Parker Center when you arrived?
Yes,
Were they present when Mr. Simpson left?
yes,
And when Mr. Simpson left Parker Center, was he in police custody?
no,
Was he handcuffed?
no,
Did he leave with you?
no.
Who did he leave with?
Mr. Weitzman?
We can go back a moment to that point in time in which you removed the handcuffs from the defendant. At that time, did you see the defendant's hand?
Yes,
Did you notice anything unusual?
yes.
And what did you notice?
That he had a bandage on the middle finger of his left hand, on the upper knuckle of the middle finger.
And did you note or observe any injury to that finger at that time?
Not at that time. I did subsequent to that after arriving at Parker Center.
Well, what significance, if any, did you attach to your initial observation of the bandage?
It appeared that he had an injured knuckle on the left middle finger of his left hand.
Did you consider that significant at all?
Oh, I certainly did, yes.
And what significance did you attach to that injury on the defendant's left hand?
Oh, well,
Well, going back to the original crime scene at Bundy, seeing the distinct single set of shoe prints, blood shoe prints leading away, with blood drops on the left side of the shoe prints, and then tracking the blood trail by vehicle to Rockingham, picking up the blood trail at Rockingham that went right into his house, would appear that that he had the injury that was that would have caused those blood drops on the left side of the bloody footprints.
During the time that the defendant was at Parker Center, did you photograph his hand?
I did.
Did you photograph his hand, his left hand?
Yes,
Did you do that personally, or did you have someone do it for you?
I had a photographer do it.
Prior to photographing the defendant's left hand, did he remove the bandage?
Yes, the bandage was taken off.
Okay. Did you take it off, or did he take it off?
He did.
Okay. And were you able to observe the injury at that time?
Yes.
Can you describe it for us?
Yes, it was his knuckle appeared to be swollen, and it's the upper knuckle of the middle finger of his left hand appeared to be swollen, and there appeared to be a laceration that run up and down across the knuckle, and then directly below that toward the first knuckle there appeared to be a smaller laceration that ran across the finger and down.
Did you take a sample of the defendant's blood that afternoon?
I had it done. I didn't do it, but I had it done.
And who did you have do it, Detective?
The on-duty registered nurse at the jail dispensary at Parker Center.
Is there a jail located at Parker Center?
Yes,
You never placed the defendant in that jail?
no, I did not. Well, I think I should qualify that. No, I did not that day on the 13th.
The 13th would be Monday, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And can you tell us what you saw the nurse do in the jail dispensary that is relative to the taking of the defendant's blood?
The nurse first prepared a form, which was an authorization for Mr. Simpson's signature. He signed and agreed to give the blood sample. The nurse took a syringe from his equipment and drew a sample of blood.
Certainly.
Mr. Shapiro for one moment.
Certainly. Certainly. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Darden, do you want to see if you can wrap it up?
Certainly, Your Honor. People's next in order,
123.
123. We have a photograph,
123.
Your Honor. Detective showing you the photograph marked People's 123 for identification. You recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is that the photograph you caused to be taken on June 13?
That's correct.
And that photograph depicts the left index finger
That's correct.
of the defendant,
Yes.
middle finger.
Middle finger.
What did you say? Middle finger?
Middle finger.
Okay.
Yes.
Don't show me, just tell me. Is that how it looked that day?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Detective. Is this good?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess at this time. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you regarding the case or conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Detective Lang, you're ordered to return Monday morning at 9 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, this afternoon the court is going to be in session on other matters regarding this case. I also have another case on my calendar, so we'll be here working. So you all have a nice weekend. We'll see you back here Monday morning. I'm sorry, Detective Van Enter, I'm sorry. I like the Lang guy. All right. He was here so long. All right, see you on Monday. Thank you all. Present before the court with you is counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark, Mr. Darden, and Ms. Lewis. The jury is not present. Counsel, is there anything we need to discuss before we resume with Detective Van Etter?
I hope your greeting, good afternoon, was not a comment on my being 5 minutes late.
No, it was. Did I say that?
Excuse me.
Your Honor,
Good morning.
Good morning.
Friday afternoon, the weekends passed so quickly. Friday afternoon, following what I believe was an in-camera hearing with the court by the defense, we received a package of discovery materials. This morning, I received from Mr. Brazier a few additional discovery materials. There is a noteworthy absence from these materials we've received of the notes of observations and testing and so forth from the defense domestic violence expert, Dr. Lenora Walker.
All right. I thought that they had communicated with you in their discussions that some of the matters that my recollection is that Dr. Walker was out of the office and would be faxing the matters to counsel this morning, and they anticipated complying with those matters today or tomorrow. Was my recollection?
That was not exactly the way that my discussion with Mr. Brazier, that's not exactly what I was told.
All right. Well, counsel, this is a discovery matter that we'll take up at our 3 o'clock calendar.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. But we will remind me to do that after we do the DNA matters. All right. Anything else with regards to the jury matters that we can take up? All right. Let's have the jury. Joined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Detective Van Adder, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good morning, Detective.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You're reminded you are still under oath. Mr. Darden, good morning, sir.
Morning.
You may resume with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Detective Van Adder, when we left off last Friday, you described for us the trail of blood that led you to the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also testified that you believed that you had probable cause to arrest the defendant on June 13th. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And this term probable cause, what does that term mean? How would you define it?
Probable cause is a strong and honest suspicion that would lead a reasonable person to believe that the suspect is involved in the crime that you're investigating.
And you harbored such a strong and honest suspicion that day?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. But you also told us last week that you felt that you needed more before you could present the case to the DA's office. Is that correct?
I wanted more, yes.
And why? Why is that?
Well, knowing the filing policy of the district attorney's office, they want more than probable cause. They want evidence that will lead to a conviction, which is much farther than probable cause evidence.
You did not present the case to the DA's office on June 13?
No, sir, I didn't.
When was the case finally presented to the DA's office?
June the 17th.
How many items of evidence, of physical evidence that is, were collected in this case?
At what point, counsel?
At any point, total? How many items of evidence?
I believe there's approximately 450 items of evidence. I believe that that's a close number.
Okay. And each of these items, were they collected all during the first week after the murders?
No, sir.
When were they all collected?
They've been collected during the entire time that we first received the case.
No. I put 123 on the Alamo, please.
All right, 123.
Yeah.
One piece for that.
The detective showing you what has been marked as People's 123. I mean, the record reflect that Mr. Fairlow is focusing the Alamo on the defendant's finger
Yes.
in particular. Is that the way the injury looked to you when you first saw it on June 13th?
Yes.
Was it bleeding?
It appeared to have dried blood around the edges of the wound, and it appeared to be seeping fluid, not blood at that point.
It wasn't dripping blood at that point?
No.
And what time of the day was it that you took this photograph? Or had it taken, rather?
I believe it was between 2 and 2:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah. And you also told us that you took or had a nurse take a sample of the defendant's blood. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what time in the afternoon was that sample taken?
That would have been after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I believe.
Where was the defendant when the blood sample was taken?
He was in the dispensary section of the jail division.
Okay. And the jail division is located over here on Los Angeles Street in downtown Los Angeles?
That's correct.
What did you do with the blood sample, if anything, after it was taken?
I maintained custody of the blood sample and turned it over to the criminalist.
And where was the criminalist when you turned it over to him?
He was at Rockingham finishing the work there with the search warrant.
And so if I understand you correctly, then, Detective, you took the defendant's blood sample out to Rockingham?
Yes.
And why did you take the sample to Rockingham?
Well, I couldn't book it at that point. I didn't have any item numbers. I didn't have a DR number. I knew that the criminalist was at Rockingham, and as soon as the criminalist takes custody of a evidence item, essentially I consider that booked. I knew he was there. I hand carried it for him to him for the chain of custody and to protect that piece of evidence.
Okay. Now, you've used three terms that I'd like to discuss with you now, Detective. First of all, what is chain of custody?
Chain of custody is to ensure that at all times, we know who has control of the evidence to maintain that control of the evidence, to know where it's going and what's going to happen to it.
Well, is it wise to limit the number of persons that take control or possession of evidence?
Sustain. Phrase question.
What benefit is there, if any, in limiting the number of persons who maintain control and custody of a particular piece of evidence?
The benefit in limiting is to maintain the integrity of that piece of evidence.
Could you have booked the evidence at Parker Center?
I could have booked it, but I didn't have a DR number. I didn't have a item number. And if I would have done that, it would have been sitting there with no control over it. That's why I controlled it and carried it to the criminalist.
Well, what is a DR number, Detective?
A DR number is a division of records number that's issued to all crimes. Each crime has an individual number.
You mean it's a file number?
That's a file number that identifies that incident, yes.
Okay. Does the Simpson investigation have a file number or DR number?
Excuse me.
I assume so. Yes.
Does the Simpson investigation have a DR number or file number?
The Simpson investigation actually has two, one for each victim.
Okay. And when were those numbers obtained, if you know?
Yeah, I do know. I bought those numbers myself. I believe the 15th of June.
You obtained the file number in this case on June 15?
I believe it was either the 14th or the 15th.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. The question was compound, and now object.
What is the ground? Compound. Overruled.
And where was the criminalist when you gave him the blood sample? At Rockingham?
Standing right inside the front door. He was preparing to leave.
Had the blood drops and the other evidence that you described for us earlier been collected at that point?
Yes.
And the glove Detective Furman showed you earlier that morning, had it been collected?
Yes.
Had the Bronco been impounded at that point?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not the Bronco was still at the scene when you arrived back at Rockingham with the defendant's blood sample?
The Bronco was not there.
We have copied a close-up photograph of the depiction just shown the jury, that is of the defendant's finger. May it be marked, people?
I was about to say 123A,
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
B. Mrs. Robertson says A. A it is.
Did you ever locate an extra set of keys to the Bronco?
No.
You told us Friday that you had a key to the handcuffs that Officer Thompson placed on the defendant. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you give Officer Thompson your handcuffs so that he could handcuff the defendant?
No.
Well, how is it then that you had in your possession a key to the handcuffs?
Handcuffs used by the Los Angeles Police Department have a universal key that every officer has a key to those handcuffs.
So your key will fit
Any other officer's handcuffs.
we have a videotape of the defendant handcuffed on June 13, 1994, shown to the defense counsel. I don't believe we marked it.
All right, this is the videotape that we viewed previously. All right, is the matter submitted, Mr. Shapiro?
Without, any officer.
All right,
Sorry, I didn't get Mr. Shapiro.
audio. Without sound. And have we marked this videotape as an exhibit? Mrs. Robertson indicates no.
Maybe mark People's 120.
All right, People's 124 videotape. Proceed.
Go back to the beginning. Detective, when you testified Friday, you told us that you asked Officer Thompson to do something. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you ask him to do?
I asked him to detain Mr. Simpson at the front gate if he showed up at the location and not to let him enter the residence.
Now, you had a search warrant at that time. Is that right?
Yes.
If you know, Detective, does the fact that you have a search warrant for the premises, does that allow you to prevent persons or other persons or civilians from entering the property to be searched?
Yes, it was a secured crime scene.
Did you ever tell Officer Thompson to handcuff Mr. Simpson?
No.
And where were you when you first saw Mr. Simpson handcuffed?
Standing in the kitchen area of the residence.
Okay. What did you do when you saw the handcuffs on Mr. Simpson?
I immediately responded to his location.
I'm going to replay the video at a slower speed. I'm going to ask you to identify some of the persons you see in the video. Now, let me stop right there. There's an officer in the background there. Who is that officer, do you know?
I believe that's Officer Thompson.
Let it play some more. Is Mr. Simpson handcuffed at this point?
Yes.
Now stop there. And you're having a conversation with Mr. Simpson, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this point, had you removed the handcuffs?
No.
You did not immediately take the handcuffs off, Mr. Simpson?
No, I didn't immediately.
How much time elapsed between your first contact with Mr. Simpson and your removal of the handcuffs?
Very short time. A couple of minutes, maybe 2-3 minutes.
Is there some reason that you delayed 2 to 3 minutes before taking the handcuffs off, Mr. Simpson?
I was explaining the situation to him, what was going on, and was awaiting his attorney's arrival there.
You were expecting Mr. Weitzman to approach you and Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
What are you doing now? Are you reaching for something? Stop. Stop. Back up a little.
It looks like I'm putting my hand in my pocket, I would assume at that point. Well, I don't actually know at that point what I was doing. I may have been removing my keys. I don't know that for a fact.
Let it play. Stop. There's another officer there in the photograph, is that right? Or the video, rather?
Yes.
And who is that person?
I believe that's Detective Brad Roberts.
Let it play a little more until you see Robert's face. Detective keep watching it.
Yes, that's Detective Roberts.
Okay, let it play. Stop. Now, is Detective Roberts holding something?
It looks like it, yes.
Okay, and do you know what that is that he's holding, Detective?
It looks like a notebook. I don't know for sure.
Okay. That looks like a notebook to you, Detective?
Oral.
Back up.
From that angle, from this picture, it's very, very hard to tell what he's holding.
Don't take your eyes off that video screen until I say so, Detective Van Etter.
Here, we just ran the tape backwards a little.
Still look like a notebook in his left hand, Detective?
No, sir, that looks like the travel bag that Mr. Simpson returned to the location with.
Okay. Was that bag seized by your detectives?
By myself, yes.
Continue, please. Now, someone else has joined you here, is that right?
Yes.
And who is that person?
It would appear that it's Attorney Howard Weitzman.
Okay. Continue. Now, at this point, is Mr. Simpson still handcuffed?
No.
You removed the handcuffs?
Yes.
Is Mr. Simpson under arrest at this point? That is, as you walk down the driveway.
No.
Is he free to leave?
Yeah, he could have.
Is that Officer Thompson there, the African-American officer?
Yes.
Did you place Mr. Simpson inside your vehicle?
No.
Stop. You've heard Mr. Cochran refer to a term, rush to judgment, detective.
Yes, I've heard that.
Did you rush to judgment in this case?
No.
Did you attend the autopsy on June 14, 1994?
Yes.
Bless you. Those will be the autopsies for Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown.
Yes.
And during the autopsy, were blood samples taken from both victims?
Yes.
Whole blood samples?
Yes.
And were you present during that process?
Yes.
And who took those whole blood samples?
Dr. Golden.
The deputy coroner?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did he do with the samples after he took them, if you know?
I know the procedure. He took control of them and transferred them to the coroner's lab.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you pick up those whole blood samples?
Yes.
Will these be items or evidence items 59 and 60?
I would have to look at the property report to confirm that.
Please review your property reports, detective.
Yes, sir. Yes, that would be item 59 and 60 of the property report. That's correct.
And on June 15, the day following the autopsy, you picked those two items up from the coroner's lab?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you take those two items?
I hand carried them to Scientific Investigation Division, Serology Department.
And did you cause them to be booked there at the LAPD crime lab?
I did, yes.
You testified earlier, detective, that on the morning of June 13, that it took you approximately 6 minutes to drive from Bundy to Rockingham?
I think I testified approximately 5 minutes.
And since that date, since June 13, 1994, have you been part of any attempt to ascertain how long it would take to drive from Bundy to Rockingham?
Yes.
Your Honor, we have a video. Your Honor, it is not on video, it's on laser. Depicts Detective Van Adder driving from Rockingham to Bundy and Bundy back to Rockingham. It is a timed drive. May it be marked Peoples 120, 125.
All right, one.
And before we show this, Detective, on what date was this produced, if you know? What day did you drive from Rockingham to Bundy and Bundy back to Rockingham for purposes of this laser demonstration?
The evening of September 25th, 1994.
Mr. Durden, Mrs. Robertson was just reminding me that we previously marked the segment that is Rockingham to Bundy as 118 and Bundy to Rockingham as 119.
This would be then 119.
And then 20.
Good 118.
All right, proceed.
PM.
The audio.
I'm Detective Ed Adder, robbery homicide. It's Sunday evening, 10 p.m., September the 25th, 1994. We're at the Ashford Gate, just east of the Ashford Gate at 360 North Rockingham. Okay, Ron, go ahead. We're proceeding east on Ashford, approaching Cliffwood. Turning right south on Cliffwood from Ashford. We're on Cliffwood, approaching the signal at Sunset Boulevard to go left, east. left east on the Sunset. Turn right south. Get there. Which turns into Bundy Drive. We're approaching the intersection of Bundy and San Vicente. We're going to turn left east and then a quick right turn south back on the Bundy. We're approaching the intersection of Bundy and Montana. Continuing south across Montana on Bundy Drive. Passing the intersection of Gorham. Passing the location of 875 now and turning right on Worthy Avenue west. Between right north in the alley to the rear of 875 Bundy. And stopping now right at the rear of 875.
Now, Detective, in producing this video, did you honor the traffic laws?
Yes, I did.
You honor the speed limit?
Yes, sir.
What was your approximate speed?
Never over 35 miles an hour.
I noticed in the video that you stopped on a couple of occasions. Is that right?
Yes,
Why did you stop?
for traffic lights.
And at the end of the video, I heard you state that you were in the northbound alley behind 875 South Bundy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're facing north.
Yes.
Was that the only alley that you drove through during this initial drive?
Yes.
Have you attempted to drive from Rockingham to Bundy at a speed higher than 35 miles an hour?
No, I have not.
Have you attempted to time the drive from Rockingham to Bundy under circumstances where you haven't had to stop for stoplights?
No, sir.
Now, are you suggesting to us that this is the only route from Bundy to Rockingham, or from Rockingham to Bundy, rather?
No, that's one of several.
Okay. Do you know the exact route the defendant took that night.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for
Sustain.
Your Honor, if we could play the second half of the video, People's 119. 118, the return trip to Rockingham.
I'm Detective Van Adder again. It's 10:15 p.m., September 25th, 1994, at the rear of 875 South Bundy, starting north in the alley to the rear. Okay, go ahead, Ron. We're approaching Montana Avenue, where we will turn right east. And approaching the intersection of Bundy, where we will turn left north. We are now headed north on Bundy Drive. Approaching the intersection of San Vicente, we will turn left west. Traveling west on San Vicente and making a turn right north on Bundy Drive. Approaching the intersection of Sunset Boulevard, where we will turn left west. Proceeding west on Sunset Boulevard. Approaching the intersection of Bristol Court, where we will turn right north. approaching the intersection of Highwood Street, and we're turning right, or excuse me, left to west. Approaching the intersection of Rockingham Avenue, turning right north. We are arriving at the Rockingham Gate at 360 North Rockingham and stopping at the curb.
So Detective, in the video here, it took you 5 minutes and 22 seconds to drive from Bundy to Rockingham,
Yes, that was the timing of it.
but it took you 5 minutes and 55 seconds to drive from Rockingham to Bundy. Is that right?
Yes,
Or thereabouts? There's a variation in the time. Is that right?
I would say so, yes.
If you know, Detective, are there shorter routes or other routes that could have been taken from Bundy to Rockingham?
Well, there's several other ways that it could have been driven, yes.
And the route that you drove here in the video, what? Were you attempting to give us the shortest time possible?
No, I was just attempting to drive to the location to find out how long it took between the two addresses.
There are side streets that you could have taken?
Yes.
And the map that we see here in the video, does that map include alleyways that are in the area?
It doesn't appear to, no.
Are there alleys and alleyways in that area?
Well, I'm sure there are. I don't specifically recall them, but I'm sure there are some alleys there, yes.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Shapiro?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good morning, Mr. Shapiro.
Well, still morning. I thought we were going to start this afternoon. Thanks. As an experienced detective, you know that when you see something, you want to make sure that you're correct in your evaluation, don't you?
I would say that's a fair statement, yes.
And you don't want to jump to any immediate conclusions, do you?
No.
And you want to follow up on your initial impressions to make sure they're correct, in fairness, do you not?
Yes.
And in the case of observing the finger of Mr. Simpson on June the 13th, you concluded that there was a laceration on the middle knuckle of the left-hand finger, as well as a smaller laceration, and that that laceration had caused some swelling. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I take it that you would then want to later examine Mr. Simpson's finger to see what the normal condition of his hand was, would you not?
I'm not sure I understand that. I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well,
You examine the same finger later, or?
Yes.
Well, I don't think it would be the same because I think the injury would be healed at a later date.
Right. So you'd want to look at it and see if the swelling had gone down and returned to what you believed would be his normal condition, correct?
I never did that.
Would you like to do that?
I don't think I need to.
What if his finger was always swollen due to a medical condition and not due to any laceration? Would that concern you?
I guess that could be a possibility. However, it appeared to be swollen from the laceration that morning.
Well, why don't you take a look at it with the court's permission and tell us if you see any difference between the joint on the finger on the 13th when you first observed it and today. Would you mind doing that for us?
All right, do you want the witness to step around?
Yes, please.
All right, Detective.
Your Honor, before I proceed with further questions, may Mr. Simpson show his finger to the jury before we do further examination? Thank you. Mr. Simpson?
I believe they can see. They're indicating they're nodding affirmatively. With court reporter? Without?
Detective Van Adder, would you describe the finger of Mr. Simpson today as being swollen?
It didn't appear swollen to me, no.
I take it when you observed his finger that you called for a medical person to come to determine whether or not there was any glass in that finger.
I had his finger examined, yes.
Was it by a doctor?
No, it was by a registered nurse.
Was it by a pathologist?
No, sir.
Do you know the qualifications of the nurse to determine the cause of an injury, a traumatic injury?
No, sir.
Did you inquire?
No, sir.
Do you think that might be important?
It appeared he had an injury on his left hand.
Well, you had information that he had injured himself with a piece of cut glass, did you not?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Assumes facts, not evidence.
Did you have information that he had cut himself with a piece of cut glass?
Sustained.
Did you have information from police departments in Chicago?
Did I?
Calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
Did he have information from? No. Overruled. That
Yes.
question you can answer.
And did that information include a thorough search of the room Mr. Simpson was in before he had left?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Right, we're in that territory now, sustained.
Did you have any reference whatsoever about the cause of the injury at the time you were examining Mr. Simpson?
Overruled. Yes or no?
Could you ask that again, please? Did I have any reference?
Yes.
I had information, yes.
And did that information cause you to consider that the injury may have been caused by being cut with a piece of glass?
Sustained.
At no time did you make any determination with any scientific expert to determine whether there was any glass in that wound, did you?
No, sir.
Since the time that you've become a police officer 26 years ago, I would imagine that there have been drastic changes in scientific evidence in criminal cases.
Yeah, there's been changes, yes.
Would you describe them as drastic?
Probably, yes.
I mean, you've gone from a time of using 3x5 cards to computers. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And your education took place at the academy more than 25 years ago. Your initial education, is that correct?
My initial education, yes.
And then you got further education by something called homicide school.
That's correct.
When was that?
Probably 20 years ago.
And I would take it that things that you learned in homicide school today may be very, very outmoded. In homicide school 20 years ago are in fact out of date today.
Some of the things, yes.
And there have been things that have been changed since homicide school that you never even considered at that time. Been advancements that were never discussed in homicide school 20 years ago that are routine procedures today.
That's correct, yes.
And did you take continued education courses to keep up with the change in scientific technology?
Well, I think that's a continuing education on a daily basis with the police department.
Did you understand my question, sir?
Yes, I did.
Could you answer it, please?
Continuing education?
Courses.
No.
Have you taught anything in the area of police science or police investigation or investigation techniques?
Where?
Anywhere.
At the police academy occasionally and at training days, yes.
And when was the last time you taught at the police academy, and what subject did you teach?
Probably 10 years ago, and it was officer-involved shootings.
And prior to that, when did you teach before that at the police academy, and what subject did you teach?
Well, I used to teach quarterly officer-involved shooting at the police academy and at training days for different divisions.
Have you taught any other subject?
No.
Have you read any books on crime scene investigation in the last 10 years?
No.
Have you read any manuals on crime scene investigation in the last 10 years?
Recently, yes.
No. Prior to your testimony in this case?
Recently, yes.
When have you read?
Well, I just
something?
read the homicide manual within the last 6 months.
That's from the LAPD.
That's correct.
Any publications by other experts in the field
No.
that you've read?
No, sir.
Have you attended any seminars given by any experts in crime scene investigation?
At any time, sir?
In the last 10 years?
Yes.
What have you read? What seminars have you been to?
California Homicide Investigators Association.
When was that?
I've attended probably 3 or 4 times in the last 10 years, maybe as many as 5 times.
When was the last time you attended?
3 years ago, maybe.
Where was
3
that?
years. Ventura.
And what was the subject matter?
There was a number of classes given. Case preparation. There was a homicide case presented, as I recall.
Did it involve scientific evidence?
I don't recall if there was a class in that or not.
Would you say that you are one of the old school type of detectives?
I don't think I know what old school means, sir.
What training and experience, what training have you had formally with DNA preservation of evidence?
Overruled.
Well, I presented a previous homicide case with DNA evidence, if that's what you're asking.
Do you recall the question I asked you?
Yeah, what formal training I've had.
Can you answer that question?
Yes, I went.
Was also experience, counsel. Training and experience.
What training have you had? Let's just limit it to training. Formal training regarding DNA.
No formal training. Well, that's not true. We have quarterly homicide meetings in the city. We have roll call training where DNA evidence has been discussed many times.
Are you familiar with the proper techniques of the collection of DNA evidence?
No, I'm not a criminalist, and I'm not an expert in that, no.
Are you familiar with how DNA evidence can become contaminated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Well, I think I'm familiar with the way any kind of evidence could be contaminated.
Is there a greater susceptibility for contamination of potential DNA evidence than other types of evidence?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the basis?
Beyond the witness's expertise.
Overruled.
Is there more of a susceptibility for DNA type evidence to be contaminated?
Yes.
Well, I think there would be a lot of variables in that. I think it would depend on where the DNA evidence is, the circumstances that it's found, and so on and so forth. That possibility, I think, would exist with any evidence. It could be contaminated.
How can DNA evidence become contaminated?
Beyond the scope of the direct examination at this point, this witness did not testify to the actual collection. He is a homicide investigator. He is the lead investigator, so there's some parameters here that-
Rather than take up jury time, if we may approach the bench at the break then,
All right.
and I'll go into some other questions. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the way to preserve evidence in a criminal case?
Objection, vague.
Sustained.
To preserve blood evidence in a criminal case?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the techniques to preserve DNA blood evidence in a criminal case?
I think preserving blood evidence would go to DNA or any kind of testing that would be applicable to that.
You see no distinction between the preservation of evidence for standard blood testing or for DNA testing. Is that correct?
No distinction between the two?
Yes.
DNA testing is a continuation of standard blood testing. It has to be protected to ensure the non-contamination of the evidence.
Are you familiar with the term cross-contamination?
Yes, I know what that means.
What is cross-contamination of blood evidence and how does it occur?
Cross-contamination would be if you take two pieces of evidence and mix them up and you get a mixing of the evidence together.
Could cross-contamination take place by bringing evidence from one location to another location?
Sustained.
Are you aware that cross-contamination can take place by bringing contaminated evidence from one location to another location?
Sustained.
In your role as the lead investigator of this case, are you the one who is ultimately responsible for all aspects of this investigation?
Myself and my partner, yes.
And everybody who does something regarding investigation works under you or under your direction?
I would say that's a fair statement, yes.
And the people that you want working under you or at your direction are people that you know are capable of doing the job correctly. Isn't that correct?
People that are sent to the crime scene, I have no control over. I would assume people that are requested and sent there are trained personnel, yes.
And after you take over, do you have the ability to request your own backup group of people to help in your investigation?
Backup group for what purpose?
You do all the investigation yourself, or do you have people help you?
No, I have people help me.
Do you have any input in who those people are going to be?
Sometimes, not all times.
And in a case that involves something that's high profile, you want to make sure that the best investigation possible can be done. Isn't that correct?
I try to do that in all cases.
But in a case where there's going to be the media paying a lot of attention to you, you have additional concerns, do you not?
I would say yes, but to qualify that yes answer, I have the same concerns with every case I handle, that it's done properly.
I appreciate that, and I know that you want to be as professional as possible, always. What I'm just asking of you, Detective, is when there is a case that has such intense media interest, isn't there a desire on your part to make sure that the absolute ultimate best that can be done will be done?
Yes.
And in that regard, the team that you put together that are going to aid you are people that you would want to have faith and trust in.
What's the basis?
That's not enough.
I would hope that they would be qualified personnel, yes.
So, and it was no secret this was a high-profile case when you got the call, was it?
It turned out to be very high profile, yes.
But you knew immediately that it was.
I didn't think it would reach the parameters that it has reached, but yes, I knew it was going to be high profile.
And you knew it was going to be beyond most of the cases you ever handled in your career, didn't you? Immediately.
That's very subjective when you say beyond. The only thing that makes this different again is the amount of media coverage that it's
That's
got.
what I'm saying. From a media perspective, you knew instantly when you got that phone call that this case was going to have more scrutiny than any other case you've been involved in your 26 years as a detective. Isn't that correct?
Oh, no, I didn't know that immediately. I knew it later in the day, yes.
When would you, with those thoughts in mind, to do the absolute best job possible, feel secure in having a trainee criminalist involved in this case?
Under 352 objection.
Oh, well.
I have no control over whose scientific investigation rolls to crime scenes.
Do you have any way of contacting the head of the crime lab and saying, hey, look, we've got a real delicate situation here. The commander has even involved himself in this case to the degree of making personal notifications. Can you send out your top people? Would you be able to do that?
I could probably make that request, but again, I don't have any control over who they send out.
I understand that, but you do have the ability to make that request.
I could make any kind of request. Whether it's followed or not is another story.
And you have in the past requested certain people who you know are the tops in their field, have you not?
To crime scenes?
In any part of your investigations? As this case is going on, you continue to do that, don't you?
No, I wouldn't say that I've made individual requests of people, no.
Did you ask for the best people?
I wouldn't say I've done that. I make requests through normal channels.
Now, you're aware that Detective Phillips called down to the coroner and said, we're not going to follow procedure on this one, weren't you? You're aware of that.
Yeah, I saw his testimony, yes.
And that meant that there was going to be something different done, didn't it?
I don't understand that. Something different what, sir?
Could it also be requested of the coroner to send out the best coroner's investigators to the scene? Could you make that request?
Certainly I could make that request. I don't know how far it would go, though.
Do you have a good relationship with the coroners?
Yes.
Do you work with them all the time?
Yes.
Do you know the coroner of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What's his name?
Dr. Lakshmanan.
And if you called Dr. Lakshmanan and told him the situation you had and told him there was a particular forensic pathologist that you'd worked with in the past and that you work with well together and you'd like him to be assigned, would that be something he might be receptive to?
I doubt that very seriously. I don't think he would honor my request.
No, he wouldn't cooperate with you at all?
Well, I think their schedules are set. It's been my experience that there's the pathologist's schedules are set, and I don't think that's ever happened in my attending autopsies.
Who is the head of the crime lab?
At the coroner's office?
No, LAPD.
Michelle Kessler now.
Do you know her?
Yes, I know her.
How long have you known her?
Probably 10 years.
When you talk to her, how do you refer to her?
Michelle.
And if you called Michelle and said, I'd like your best criminalist out here, we have a very difficult situation on our hands, do you think she would honor that request?
She probably would, yes.
Are you aware that a trainee was sent out to the crime scene
Yes.
with no previous homicide experience?
Well, I found that out later. I don't know whether that's a true statement. I believe she had been on 2 or 3 scenes prior to that.
Is that the type of person you'd like collecting your evidence under your direction?
That was the person that was sent.
Is that the person you would like to have collecting your evidence in a case like this?
Overrule on that ground.
I think the person that was in charge of that was Criminalist Funk.
Do you understand my question, sir?
Is that the person I would like?
Yes.
Objection, it's argued.
Overrule.
I really have no control over that. Of course, I would like to have the most qualified person do everything for me, but that's not the practical world.
Do you view a trainee as the most qualified person?
No.
Do you view a trainee as being qualified at all to do anything on a crime scene?
That's how they become qualified, by doing it under more experienced people.
And was this a good case for people to learn from?
Objection.
Stay.
In conducting this investigation, you've had access to many other law enforcement agencies, have you not?
Stay.
Have you dealt with other law enforcement agencies to aid you in the investigation of the homicides?
Yes.
Have you dealt with Interpol?
No.
Has Interpol participated at all in this case?
Not to my knowledge.
You haven't seen any reports generated from Interpol?
I have not.
And you're the lead detective?
One of the lead detectives. Yes.
And all of the reports that come into this case come through you?
No, that's not true.
I would take it you'd want to see the reports that come in this case from other police agencies, would you not?
Yes.
And have you done that?
I've seen everything that's come to our office, yes.
And so to your knowledge, nothing has come in from Interpol?
I don't recall anything from Interpol.
Has any investigation taken place in Europe on this case?
Yes.
Has any investigation in this case taken place in Canada?
I'm not aware of Canada.
Has any investigation in this case taken place in Florida?
Yes.
Has any investigation in this case taken place in New York?
Yes.
Has any investigation in this case taken place in Arizona?
I believe so, yes.
What other states have been involved in the investigation of this case, to your knowledge?
Connecticut? That's the only other state that comes to mind at this point.
Have you been out of state personally to investigate any aspects of this case?
Yes.
Where have you been?
Connecticut and Washington, D.C.
And in Washington, D.C., you met with the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Yes.
And is that the first time you've called upon them for help in a homicide investigation?
No.
How many other occasions have you used the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Many times, probably.
Probably, or
Many times.
how many times?
I couldn't tell you over the 26 years. I've worked with them on many, many cases.
Not that when you've worked with them, that you as a lead detective have contacted the FBI to aid in your investigation, directly aid in the investigation.
Overruled.
I'm not sure I understand directly aid in my investigation.
Yes.
Anytime I contact them with a request for assistance, that's direct aid. So I've done it many, many times.
How many times have you gone to Washington to meet with the FBI in the past?
This was the first time, I believe.
All right, Mr. Shapiro, we need to change court reporters at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief morning recess. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Do not allow anybody to converse with you regarding the case. Do not conduct any deliberation until the matter has been submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes, and Detective Van Adder, you may step down. Come back in 15 minutes, please. All right, we'll be in recess for 15.
You were telling us that you were in Connecticut
Yes.
and in Washington, D.C. Have you
Yes.
been outside the United States on this case?
No, sir.
Have any members of the Los Angeles Police Department been outside the United States in this case?
I believe they were outside the United States on a companion case, not this case.
Have any members of the Los Angeles Police Department been to any other states than the states that you have mentioned?
Overruled.
Yes, there was one other state that slipped my mind, Iowa. I was in Iowa.
You were in Iowa.
Yes, sir.
And what about other members of the police department? Have they been to any other states that we haven't mentioned?
None come to mind right now.
Anybody from your department visit Chicago, Illinois?
Yes.
I don't know if we mentioned that or not. You did not?
No, sir, I did
But
not.
people went at your direction?
Yes.
And how many other law enforcement agencies have you worked with in the course of this investigation? Just tell us which ones they are rather than give us a number, please.
Fairfield, Connecticut. Fairfield, Iowa. The FBI.
When you say Fairfield, Connecticut, that's the police department or
Police
the sheriff's?
Department, yes.
Okay.
Police Department in both cities. The Federal Bureau of Investigation. A lot of Orange County agencies on the 17th. Department of Justice.
Department of Justice for the United States or for the state of California?
United States and the state of California. And I just can't call to mind anymore at this point.
Chicago Police Department,
Yes,
Florida Police Department.
I don't know if that was on this case or the companion case that they worked with the department down there.
But related to, at least related to that.
Related, yes.
Related to some aspects of this
Excuse
case.
me, gentlemen.
Thank you, Your
You're
Honor.
both old pros. You're driving the court reporter nuts. Let him finish the question. Let him finish the answer.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Proceed.
In addition to dealing with, what did you do with the Department of Justice for the United States? What role did they play in this case?
They helped me and my partner in a polygraph examination that we did.
Of whom?
Objection.
Sustained.
And when you went to Connecticut, was one of the purposes there to interview one of Mr. Simpson's witnesses, Mr. Fishman, Dr. Fishman?
I don't quite understand that. To interview Dr. Fishman?
Yes.
No, sir.
Was he interviewed in Connecticut?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you or people at your direction interviewed witnesses for Mr. OJ Simpson?
Objection.
Sustained.
Interviewed people who were on the, strike that. What laboratories have been engaged to analyze potential evidence in this case?
Cellmark Laboratories
Where's that?
in Maryland?
That's a private laboratory?
Yes. The FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation,
Where?
Washington, D.C., and the California Department of Justice.
What about the Los Angeles Police Department has also analyzed evidence?
Yes.
Are there also other laboratories that have been consulted regarding this case and evidence in this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And how many other cases have you engaged 3 outside laboratories to aid in analysis of evidence? You personally?
Well,
I haven't personally done any.
In how many other cases have you personally engaged the Department of Justice of the United States to aid in your investigation?
Probably quite a few.
Probably or certainly?
Well, over the years, I have worked with federal agencies a lot on cases. I couldn't give you an exact number.
My question is particularly the Department of Justice. On how many occasions have you personally contacted them for an investigation you were the lead investigator on?
Well, I didn't personally contact them this time.
Would you say that's a rare occurrence?
No, I would not say it's a rare occurrence. I worked with a lot of agencies over the years.
How many police officers from the Los Angeles Police Department have been engaged at one time or another in some aspect of this case?
Uniform or detective?
Across the board, uniform, detective, and administrative.
do you want to include all the officers on our jury tour?
I'm sorry?
Do you want to include all the officers on our jury tour?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
No, excluding the officers on the jury tour. Those are the ones the court engaged, I believe.
A little of this, a little of that. Yeah.
You know, with all the collateral issues that's going on with this case, as far as traffic control and things like that, I would have no idea. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Give us a general estimation of how many officers have been involved in this case, to your knowledge? You've got all your records here. You could check it if you wanted to, I take it.
I think he's described it.
You know what I'm talking about, don't you, that participated in the investigation?
Oh, I would say
That got you to the point you are in court here,
probably 15 to 20.
15 to 20.
Yeah.
And how many officers were engaged in the search of the Brentwood area? Looking for either gross evidence or trace evidence?
When?
Anytime during this case, from June 13th to 10 o'clock this morning.
How many officers were involved in the search of the Brentwood area? Well, we had a group of recruit officers do a walk from Bundy to Rockingham. I believe there were probably 30 officers, maybe, recruit officers.
Well, that's on top of the 20 that you just mentioned.
Well, these people are not involved in all stages. These are...
No, I didn't, no. Let me make my question clear.
Okay, let him finish his answer.
I'm sorry, I apologize to you, sir.
That's quite all right, Mr. Shapiro. There's a lot of collateral issues that's happened where we've used officers from other divisions or requested help at different times, and they would be involved for one aspect, and that would end their involvement in it.
That's my question. Involved for any aspect whatsoever from June 13th, 1994 to this morning, how many members of the Los Angeles Police Department have been involved in any aspect of this case?
I think I answered that before. I don't know.
Can you give us an estimate?
I couldn't even give you a good estimate. I don't know.
Would it exceed 100?
That's possible. It's possible. I don't know.
Would you say in your career this is one of the most thoroughly investigated cases that has ever been done by the Los Angeles Police Department?
Hold on.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say it ranks up there with a lot of cases. A lot of cases have been thoroughly investigated.
Is there anything that you wanted done in this case that hasn't been done because of lack of resources or manpower?
No.
Is there any agency in the United States that you would like assistance for in this case that has refused to give you assistance?
Not to my knowledge.
Is there any agency in the world that you would seek assistance from who hasn't given you assistance?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you conducted the most thorough search that you could as a professional to look for the murder weapon in this case?
Yes.
Have you found it?
No, I have not.
Have you found any weapons that are consistent with the injuries on either Nicole Simpson or Ronald Goldman?
No, I have not.
Have you found any knives in the area of the Rockingham address?
Objection.
Yes, with the court order. Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
You're aware that a knife was recovered near the Rockingham address, are you not?
Yes.
And that knife had blood on it?
That's what I was told. Yes.
And that blood came back a type B blood?
Objection on a cross the wrist.
Sustained.
Do you know if that blood came back as the blood type of an individual who is not a person who's a defendant in this case?
Sustained. It's hearsay. Yes.
How many knives have you booked into evidence in this case?
There's been quite a few booked.
How many?
I don't know exactly, maybe
Is
5
it-
or 6.
Isn't that an important thing to know, how many knives are booked in this case?
Well, sir, there's been over, I think, around 450 items of evidence booked, and it's hard to keep up with all of it.
I'll bet it is, but you keep lists for that, don't you?
Yes, sir, we do.
And you reviewed your records before you came here to testify, didn't you?
I've looked through them, yes.
You just looked through them?
That's all.
For this testimony, you just perused your records before you got on the witness stand to testify?
That's correct.
And will stand.
Do you need some more time to prepare yourself for cross-examination?
That is sustained.
I'm just being courteous.
Proceed, counsel.
Along the lines of the knife evidence, what other efforts were made to look, what were the efforts that you have instituted to look for the knife that you believe was the murder weapon in this case?
What efforts have I made?
Yeah.
Well, a search warrant was obtained, and Mr. Simpson's residence was searched, as well as the grounds,
How many times?
twice. A walkthrough search was done from Bundy to Rockingham by several recruit officers, where we were searching the streets, shrubbery, the storm drains, so on and so forth.
Would you describe how that effort was mounted and what instructions were given to the recruits?
How it was mounted?
Yes.
We requested through the Los Angeles Police Academy for a number of recruit officers to assist us in doing a walkthrough between Bundy and Rockingham. We instructed the recruit officers to look for any blood evidence, any clothing that may contain blood, any weapons that may contain blood, or anything at all that appeared to be out of the ordinary or suspicious.
Are you familiar with the term grid?
Yes.
What is a grid is a way to map out certain areas to be searched to make sure you don't miss anything. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that's a very basic investigative technique, is it not?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I take it that you sat down with his recruits with a grid, so the areas that you were interested in between Bundy and Rockingham could be thoroughly searched. Is that correct?
No, the way it was done is the area was set out in blocks. We had groups with a detective in charge of each group. And, well, essentially it would be a grid because we did it by blocks. We didn't actually grid it, but we set it out from a map by blocks, and they were searched.
How many different blocks were searched?
I can't tell you exactly.
Do you have a diagram of the blocks that were searched?
I believe it's contained in the murder book, yes.
Would it take you long to locate that diagram? If it would, we'll wait. I don't want to interrupt.
It may, because I don't know which book it's in at this point.
Maybe your partner's here. Maybe he can help us
Okay.
find that so we can go on. How many detectives were there for each group?
You know, I wasn't there, but I believe there was 1 or possibly 2 assigned to each group.
And how many groups were there?
I can't tell you that right now. It was done on 2 separate times, I believe.
And the purpose was to track the area that you had shown us this nice video of you driving around on. Remember you just saw that?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the area that you wanted to search.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. You looked in the storm drains?
The officers did, yes.
Looked under the manholes?
I don't know whether they did that or not.
Well, who instructed them what to look for?
The
And where to
information was relayed from us to the detectives that was running the operation.
So you're in charge, you told us that.
Mm-hmm.
That's your search, correct?
It's part of the collateral effort that's going on at that time, yes.
Your search, I mean, is that a fair term or not?
Well,
That
I
you're
wasn't
direct-
there, sir. It was part of the collateral effort that was being handled at that time.
I understand you're not there with your flashlight on your hands and knees, but you're directing the search, are you not?
Directing an ex parte, yes. I guess you could say that, yes.
Well, you're the one who called, it was your idea to do the search, wasn't it?
Well, it was a group idea between our supervisor and myself, my partner, our captain. It was discussed, and yes, it was done.
All right. So this is a pretty high-level decision.
What do you mean high level?
Well, let me go on. If you don't understand that, let's go to something else.
Mr. Shapiro, the gratuitous comments aren't necessary.
Thank you, I'm sorry, Your Honor. This search, as to what you were going to look for, did you tell somebody what you wanted to look for?
Yes, as I told you before.
Okay. And did you tell them where you wanted the people to look for this?
Yes.
Okay, where did you tell them you wanted them to look?
I told him I wanted the possible routes. There's more than one possible route walked. I wanted the shrubbery checked. I wanted the lawns checked. I wanted the streets checked. And I wanted the drains checked.
What about the gutters in houses?
No,
What about rooftops?
no,
Why not?
because I don't have the manpower to do something like that over a large area like that.
Did you ask?
No, I didn't ask.
And this was a foot search.
That's correct, yes.
And nothing relating to what you would consider a murder weapon was found.
That's correct.
But weapons were found.
I don't know that's true.
You don't
I
know
don't
if
know.
weapons were found or not.
No. On that search, I don't know.
Were any weapons ever brought to your attention in that area that contained the blood of someone other than OJ Simpson, Nicole Brown, or Ronald Goldman?
Objections.
Sustained.
Not for Mr. Shapiro.
Sure.
Were there any written instructions given to the recruits who were searching?
I don't know that for sure. I wasn't there.
Let me approach with an exhibit that has been pulled. This appears to be a map of the area. Is that the area that you instructed others to search?
Yes, it's part of the area, yes.
Part of it? The area
Yeah.
exceeded that?
No, I think the area would be a little smaller than this.
No. Is there any map that shows what area that you wanted searched? This was handed to me by Mr. Darden.
I think what happened is this would show the area that I wanted searched. I think what happened, or the way it was done, is the detectives, after we had asked for this to be done, had mapped out the possible routes between the two locations and had created groups of recruit officers that walked these certain areas. And I believe each group was given a map of the area that they were to search. And I think that's in one of the books. I'm not positive of that.
Now, regarding the search for a knife, you were aware that Mr. Simpson flew to Chicago.
Yes.
Did you cause that airplane to be searched?
I believe it was searched, yes.
Is there any question in your mind as to whether it was searched or not?
Well, I know we had an investigation going on in Chicago. I know we had detectives back there doing searches. And there was an airplane storage facility that was checked because there was a broken knife found in it. But as far as the airplane he took, I don't know that. I believe it was cleaned after it got there anyway, so I don't think it was searched.
You don't think it was searched?
No, I don't think the plane that he flew on was searched.
Would you check, did you make any notes on this?
No, I didn't.
Did you make any notes in this entire case?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you have those notes with you?
They're contained in the books?
Your personal notes?
Yes.
And you made notes all along from the 13th on?
Yes.
What notes did you take on the 13th? What did you record?
I wrote a search warrant and I started a partial statement of Cato Kalin.
Is a search warrant notes?
Yeah.
You consider those notes, okay?
Well, it was part of the investigation that I wrote a search warrant on, yes.
Okay, so that's part of your notes. And then you had notes on a statement with Cato Kalin?
Yes.
What other notes did you take on the 13th?
I think the only other thing I did was a part of the chronological of the case.
Part of the chronological record?
Yes.
And that's about all the only notes you've taken in this whole case, isn't it?
Well, I've written a lot of statements.
I'm talking about notes, sir.
Yeah, that's correct.
Did you write a report in this case?
Yes.
How long is it?
The follow-up report or which report?
How many reports did you write in this case?
Well, I made the death report. I made the crime reports for both victims. I assisted my partner with the follow-up report. And I've written several, I don't know how many, but a lot of statements in this case.
Okay. I'd ask you at the noon recess to pull everything you've written and provide us with all your notes, if you wouldn't mind.
Objection.
Well, we'll take that up later.
In Chicago, you indicated that there was a search of some type of trash that revealed a broken knife?
No, I think it was a holding tank on an airplane that was found by airline employees.
Do you recall reviewing a report that said that there was a container that had all the refuge for a month from all the planes that were flown by the airlines that transported Mr. Simpson, of all the refuge, and that was all searched?
That was a possibility, yeah.
Well, do you recall that being done?
I said that was a possibility. I had detectives back there doing the work.
But you read that report, didn't you?
I probably have, yes.
And in that, they found a broken piece of a knife?
I believe that's right, yes.
That was not related to this case, correct?
I don't believe it's related.
That was a pretty thorough way of searching, wasn't it?
Pardon me?
That was a thorough search, wasn't it?
Objection.
Well, it's vague.
Did you consider that to be a thorough search of the trash?
Objection.
Sustained.
What other searches took place in Chicago?
Objection.
Basis.
Second.
Overruled.
There were several searches conducted by Detective Looper and Detective LaFall.
Tell us about those.
I wasn't there. I can't tell you about them.
You've read reports about those, and they're part of your investigation, aren't they?
I've read notes on them, yes.
Things you've reviewed.
Yes.
Okay. What is your understanding of what took place?
Sustained.
Were those thorough searches?
Sustained. Calling for speculation. He
Did
wasn't there.
you direct that there be thorough searches of areas in Chicago where Mr. Simpson might have visited?
I don't think I was aware of areas that he may have visited other than the hotel.
Well, that's one area. Did you ask that a search be conducted of the hotel?
A search was conducted of the hotel.
Did you ask that a search be conducted of any surrounding areas of the hotel?
No, I was not aware of that. That was done without my direction.
So you are aware that a search was done of surrounding areas, but
Yes.
not at your direction?
Well, it was done as part of the investigation of the detectives that were there.
You didn't think that was necessary?
No, sir, I was not aware of it. I wasn't there. I didn't know what was going on in Chicago.
Oh, you wanted to know, didn't you? You wanted to be informed of what was going on in Chicago, I take it.
I was informed after it was over with, yes.
And you were informed that a search of the area and lots adjacent to the hotel were thoroughly searched, were you not?
Yes.
Staying. Curious to disregard that. That's hearsay, Mr. Shapiro. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in conjunction with all these searches for the knives that you've told us about, would you say a equal search was done for bloody clothing?
That was part of the reason for searching, yes.
And has any bloody clothing that relates to this case ever been found?
Yes.
Other than what you found in your search of the Rockingham house, was there anything found as a result of this search
No.
relating to bloody clothing?
No.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. Have you had enough resources to look for bloody clothing?
The same resources that I had to look for the murder weapon.
When you got your call at about 3 o'clock, you were at home
That's correct, yes.
on June the 12th, June 13th,
June 13th,
early morning
yes.
of June 13th. What area do you reside in? I don't want to know specifically, but what general area?
Sustain.
How long did it take you to get from where you were to the Bundy location?
Approximately 40, 45 minutes.
Did you shower before you came, shave before you came, or just get up and come?
I showered and shaved.
Did anyone give you directions to get to Bundy, or did you know how to get there?
I was given directions by detective headquarters on the radio.
Are you familiar, as a detective in West Los Angeles, you worked there for 3 years, is that correct?
Yes.
And part of the requirements of a detective is to become familiar with the area that you're working, isn't that correct?
Well, I think that's for any police officer, yes.
And that applied to you also.
Well, I was not a patrol officer there, so a lot of areas of West LA I was never in.
You wouldn't say San Vicente is a main thoroughfare that you
San
were
Vicente is well known.
that you were aware of.
Yes, sir.
And Bundy is a major street that you were aware of.
Yes, sir.
So when somebody said it's near San Vicente and Bundy, and here's the address, you were able to find that without getting specific instructions from your home, isn't that correct?
Well, yes, I could, but I asked for directions before I got there because I didn't know whether it was north or south of Wilshire Boulevard. They just gave me a street address.
So you wanted location, but you knew the general area,
I knew the general area, yes.
and it wasn't difficult for you to find.
No, sir, it wasn't.
You found it with virtually no trouble.
That's correct.
When you got that call, you were told that you were going to be taking over the investigation of the death of Nicole Brown Simpson. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you issue any orders immediately upon receiving that call as to what people should do who were presently at the scene?
No, sir, I didn't.
And you were told there were already officers at the scene.
Yes.
And you're aware that time is of the essence in a homicide investigation, are you not?
As a general statement, yes.
And that the more time goes by, the greater chance of contamination of evidence or destruction of evidence, isn't that correct?
No, I wouldn't say that's a total correct statement. It depends on the evidence, and normally when you talk about the more time that goes by, is you're talking about a cold trail.
Yeah. You know there are general rules to follow in a homicide investigation.
Absolutely, yes.
And you were chosen because you are one of the most senior homicide investigators, isn't that correct?
No, I was chosen because I was on call that weekend. That happened to be my on-call weekend.
Well, isn't your unit a specialized unit, sir?
Yes.
And isn't that the unit that handles all the special cases of homicide?
Most of the time, yes.
And aren't you one of the most senior members of that unit?
Yes.
And immediately upon getting that call, it was time for action, wasn't it?
Well, it was time to prepare myself and respond, yes.
But there were things that had to be done because you knew you were an hour away, didn't you?
That's correct.
So there were things that had to be done immediately to make sure that that crime scene was protected. Isn't that correct?
Well, it's been my experience in 26 years that the crime scenes are protected by uniform that arrives there before anybody.
But you are going to have responsibility and you want it done your way, don't you?
When I get there, yes.
You don't want to rely on somebody else's judgment in doing something, do you?
Well, I have to do that every day, sir.
Well, didn't you tell us, even regarding Detective Furman, that you wouldn't rely on what he was doing?
Not after I'm there, but I have to rely on people before I get there, definitely.
So it was not anything that you did to contact the people and say, at least seal the crime scene and make sure no one enters until I get there. Did you give that instruction?
No, I did not.
In your training as a police officer and homicide detective, you have learned that it's important to keep detailed notes of an investigation, have you not?
Yes.
And you've told us now that you have kept detailed notes in this case?
I didn't say that, no.
Have you kept detailed notes?
This was an unusual circumstance. Normally I would. This one I didn't have the chance to.
So your answer is?
No, I did not.
Did you designate somebody, as you've been trained to do, to be a designated note taker?
Yes.
Who did you designate as a note taker?
The criminalist.
The criminalist.
That's correct.
And where in the Los Angeles Police Department manual does it say that the lead detective in a homicide case shall designate a criminalist as a note taker?
The criminalist in the homicide manual of the Los Angeles Police Department is once he's assigned a case, is the person that collects, preserves, notes, measures, and records where evidence is found and where evidence is recovered from.
Did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. And that's why the criminalist did it.
So you're saying that that is designated in the Los Angeles Police Department manual, that a lead investigator shall designate the criminalist as a note taker?
I didn't say shall. I said I could probably designate anybody that I wanted to. That morning I did the criminalist.
And is that what it says? That somebody other than a sworn LAPD trained personnel shall be designated as a note taker?
It doesn't say note taker. It says for collection, preservation, and taking of the evidence.
Didn't you tell us that the criminalist didn't get to Rockingham till 7 o'clock?
7:10.
Who was the note taker at Bundy?
My partner, ultimately.
Your partner?
Yes.
So you designated Detective Lang as the note taker?
No, I didn't designate him. He did that
designated
himself.
He volunteered for that job. So he took the notes at Bundy.
Yes.
And did he take the notes at Rockingham up until 7 o'clock?
No.
Who took the notes up at Rockingham up until 7 o'clock?
No one.
That's a violation of department procedure, isn't it?
No, I wouldn't say it is.
Now, many times, the purpose of taking notes, detailed notes, in a criminal investigation is many times these investigations take a long period of time, do they not?
Yes, that's correct.
And many times, cases that are filed don't come to trial for years. Isn't that correct?
For years?
Yeah.
I guess you could say 1 or 2 years. Yeah, that's a fair statement.
And it'd be very hard with all the material that you've had to digest in this case to remember all the important details, wouldn't it, without notes?
It's according to what details you're talking about. I remember this case very, very well.
So you took it upon yourself just not to take notes at Rockingham?
No, that wasn't the situation at all.
When you got to Bundy and arrived there at 4:05, I believe you told us, in the morning, you were now in charge of the situation for 1 hour. Is that correct?
From 3 o'clock until 4:05?
When you got the notification, it was your case, wasn't it, at 3 o'clock?
I guess you could hypothetically say that, yes.
I don't want to guess. I want to know. I think the jury wants to know, more importantly. Whose case was it at 3 o'clock in the morning?
It wasn't my case until I arrived there and was instructed by my supervisor that we were taking the case.
So your case didn't begin until when?
Till 4:05.
Okay. Whose case was it from 3 o'clock to 4:05?
It was being secured for the arrival of Robbery Homicide Division.
Whose case was it from 3 o'clock to 4:05, sir?
Robbery Homicide Division.
That's you.
Yes, but I can't physically take charge until I'm on the scene.
So for at least an hour and 5 minutes, there is nobody in charge of the Bundy crime scene where two bloody murders have taken place?
That's not true.
Well, who was in charge?
West Los Angeles Division had security on the crime scene.
So they were in charge of the investigation at that time?
No, they were in charge of securing the crime scene at that time.
So what you're saying is for an hour and 5 minutes, nobody investigated Bundy,
That's correct.
when time is of the essence in a homicide investigation.
Boy, it would be a perfect world if I could have been there at 10:30. It would have been a perfect world.
How many members of the Los Angeles Police Department were there when you arrived?
Approximately 15.
All standing around,
That's correct, yes.
with two people who have had their throats slashed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Nobody is looking for any suspects?
Well, I don't think that's a fair statement. I think a canvass was going on in the neighborhood. They were attempting to locate witnesses, attempting to elicit information that would help in the investigation up to that point.
You think or you know?
Well, I know it was going on.
What about beginning the crime scene investigation? That hour and 5 minutes, could important evidence become destroyed?
Sustain.
What could happen to evidence, in your estimation, in the period of an hour and 5 minutes in a case like this?
Sustain.
Do you have any experience in evidence degrading? Do you know what that term means, degrading of evidence?
Yes, I do.
What does it mean?
That's the quality of the evidence itself begins to deteriorate. That could happen immediately upon, for instance, blood evidence striking pavement. That could start immediately.
And would you agree, sir, that the longer you wait, the greater the chance is that there'll be deterioration of evidence?
Overruled.
Again, I think that would depend on where the evidence was.
What about weather conditions? Could weather conditions move? Well, let me ask you this as a foundational question. Do you know the difference between gross evidence and trace evidence?
Mm-hmm.
What's
Yes.
Would you tell the jury, please? In case
Trace
they don't.
evidence is hair fiber evidence of that type. Gross evidence is actually physical evidence like the glove or a murder weapon or clothing or what have you.
Is trace evidence limited to hair and fibers?
No.
Tell us what else trace evidence can encompass.
Trace evidence could encompass soil, could encompass minute or any article that it's not that can't be seen by the human eye. That could be attached to clothing, to a person, whatever.
And in your experience, trace evidence is potentially important evidence.
Very, yes.
And in your experience, trace evidence tends to degrade over time more quickly than gross evidence.
What's the grounds? Overruled.
I would say that's probably a fair statement, yes, that it will degrade quicker than a hard piece of evidence.
And something as simple as a wave of the hand could remove trace evidence from a body of an individual, could it not?
Probably a movement of the air.
Or will,
Probably a movement of the air could, yes.
Biological conditions naturally cause trace evidence to degrade, do they not?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the 24 by 24 rule?
No, that doesn't mean anything to me. What is that?
That's
wait a minute. Lawyers ask the questions.
Are you familiar with a rule that says the 24 hours before death and the 24 hours after death are the crucial times for a homicide investigator?
For capturing the suspect, yes. Actually, I think it's 48-48 instead of 24-24.
And that's a rule you adhere to.
Yeah, as best I can, certainly.
And also for excluding the innocent.
Oh, absolutely. That's one of our basic functions.
That's what you really focus on, isn't it?
No, I focus on trying to find out what actually occurred, what the truth of the matter is.
And the more time that goes by, the greater chance that evidence will be destroyed, be eliminated, not be available, or be contaminated in some way. Isn't that correct?
It's also about the third time we've asked the question. Stay.
When you arrived, Detective Furman and Phillips were standing in the middle of the street,
Yes, they were at the intersection of Bundy and Dorothy.
and it was your opinion that at that location, what they were doing was securing the crime scene.
Is that a question?
Was that your opinion, that they were securing the crime scene?
No, they were not securing the crime scene.
Were they preserving the integrity of the crime scene by standing there?
No, they weren't.
What were they doing?
They were awaiting our arrival.
Were there things, as a trained homicide investigator, if you were relieved from a case, would you have some responsibility until your replacement showed up?
Yes,
What was that responsibility?
to attempt to elicit any witnesses in the area and maintain control of the crime scene until the handling detectives arrived.
So now the only two homicide detectives there, Detective Phillips and Detective Furman, are not trying to elicit testimony from anybody, are they?
That was being done by uniform.
I'm saying they were there. They weren't trying to do that as detectives, were they?
Elicit testimony?
Elicit statements from potential witnesses.
No, I believe they testified they stood in the street and waited for us.
And they weren't there preserving the integrity of the crime scene, were they?
No,
They were just passing the time.
they were waiting for us.
Had anybody notified them how long it would be until you got there?
I don't know.
So if you lived further away than 45 minutes or an hour and took 2 hours, they'd be standing in the street according to what you observed for 2 hours.
That's a good hypothetical situation. Yeah, I don't think I've ever taken 2 hours to report to a crime scene, though.
But there are detectives, you say, that probably live 2 hours away, don't they?
That's,
Sustained. It's irrelevant.
How many people had been inside the crime scene before you got there?
Oh, calls for speculation, though, if you
I'm sorry?
calls for speculation.
Are there any records to indicate how many officers had been at the crime scene before you got there?
Had been at or in the crime scene.
At the crime scene.
Yeah, there's a log. Looks like there was a total of approximately 24 people at the crime scene before my arrival.
And it was important for you to determine whether any of those people had been in the general area of the crime scene. Is that correct?
Yeah, I made that determination.
And had any personnel been inside the general crime scene area?
Inside the tape,
Inside what you would describe, do you know what the general crime scene area is in police parlance?
yeah, that would be inside the security, the area that's secured.
Okay. Were any officers inside that area before your arrival, according to what you determined?
Yes,
How many?
I would say 6 or 7.
Are you familiar with a man by the name of William Bodziak?
Yes,
Is he one of the experts that have been employed by the prosecution in this case?
yes,
And he's a member of the FBI?
yes.
And is he one of the leading experts in the country on crime scene investigation?
I think his specialty is on shoes. I wouldn't say crime scene investigation.
Footwear impression evidence?
Yes.
Have you read his books?
No, I have not.
Would you agree?
Premature at this point. Haven't heard the question.
Would you agree as a part of your education?
Counsel, how can I tell the question, would you agree? How do I know what's coming? I'm saying it's premature until I hear the question, counsel. I can't guess what the question's going to be. Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Would you agree as an expert in crime scene investigation that you should not allow anyone, including other law enforcement personnel, into the general crime scene area except when it is necessary to tend to victims?
What's the objection? What's the objection? Sustained.
Would you agree that a crime scene should be secured immediately?
Yes,
Is that the most important thing to do?
yes.
Is that the first rule of thumb for crime scene investigators?
That's normally not done. That's the first rule of thumb for uniformed officers, yes.
It should be done, but it's not done.
No. Normally, investigators are not the first on the scene. It's been my experience in 26 years, the uniform is there first. They secure the crime scene and notify us.
Aren't police officers all trained personnel?
Trained in what, sir?
Well,
Of course they're trained personnel.
basic crime scene investigation?
Definitely,
Would that be
yes.
something elementary? That what happens if you arrive on a homicide scene, what to do?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's just common sense, isn't it?
Certainly is.
And would you agree that a crime scene should be sealed and no one should enter it except to tend to victims?
No one that's not involved in the investigation, yes.
No, no one should enter it except to tend to victims. You can disagree with that.
I do disagree with
You
that.
disagree with that. And you've told us you haven't read any books by experts in the field. Have you consulted experts in the field as to the proper procedures regarding entrance into a crime scene?
Have I consulted experts? I've met with many experts over 26 years, yes.
Is it very easy to disturb things within a crime scene?
Vague.
What are the dangers of entering a crime scene if you're not trained properly?
Destruction and contamination of evidence.
And when you're dealing now in the area of DNA, you're dealing with minute pieces of evidence, aren't you?
Ultimately, they're minute, yes.
Sometimes microscopic.
Yes, that's correct.
Sometimes they can't even be seen under a microscope.
I don't know. That's way out of my field of expertise. I really don't know that.
Didn't you learn about this in your continuing education?
Want to learn about doing testing on DNA?
Wait. You're arguing with the witness. He says some things you can't see. All right?
What is the importance of footwear impression evidence?
Sustained.
Are you familiar with the term footwear impression evidence?
Yes.
Have you ever read any books? Well, first of all, do you know if there are any books written on footwear impression evidence?
Well, I'm sure they are a collection of evidence, yes.
And that would be something that, to be a homicide investigator, you have to have a broad knowledge of lots of things, don't you?
Yes.
I mean, you have to understand basic forensic pathology.
That's probably a fair term, yes.
You have to understand the basic workings of a criminalist.
Yes.
You have to understand fingerprint analysis, both latent and patent.
Yes.
You have to understand footwear impression evidence, both latent and patent.
Well, I'm not sure that you have to. You have to know what you're looking at, what you're seeing. Yes, that's why we have experts that assist us in these investigations.
And you direct the experts, don't you?
We point out the items. They do the collection. They do the comparisons and so on and so forth.
But
I don't do that.
You're the one who's walking by with a magnifying glass saying, "This is what I want to preserve."
Like Sherlock Holmes with the magnifying glass? No. Yeah, yes, I go into the crime scene to acclimate myself to the scene, to know what's there, so I can direct the criminalist when he gets there for the search for obvious evidence as well as latent evidence that may be there.
Well, you said two things that are interesting. The search to know what's there.
Mm-hmm.
Some things that are there are not apparent. Isn't that correct?
Oh, yeah, that's.
And that's where your
definitely
expertise comes in. Isn't that true?
True. What are we talking about here? Fingerprints?
Things that are not apparent.
What?
Anything that may not be apparent to somebody who is not an expert detective like yourself.
I don't know what we're talking about. There's things that are not apparent here on this floor. What are we talking about?
Well, let's say you were investigating a crime scene and something happened here. Would you want to cordon off this area of the floor for any reason?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Why?
For a examination by a criminalist, for trace evidence, for whatever may be there.
What about footwear impression evidence? Is that something that has been emerging in the last 5 years as becoming very important in crime scene investigation?
I think it's something that's been around for a long time, longer than 5 years.
When I say emerging, that there are recently developing new techniques to find latent footprints,
Yes.
to find footwear impression evidence.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah, I sure do.
That if somebody stepped on a carpet, that there are now techniques available to determine what shoe was used to make the step in that area, even though you can't see anything with the naked eye?
Well, I'm not sure about carpet. Normally, they lift those from hard surfaces, not porous surfaces like a carpet.
Have you read any materials in keeping up with the scientific literature on what impressions can be drawn from carpet?
Is there any carpet in this case?
Yes, in 2 locations.
Proceed.
No, I haven't.
This is the first time you've heard about that?
First time I've heard about what?
That you may be able to get very valuable evidence from carpet?
No, it's not the first time I've heard that.
So I take it any area that there was carpet in, nobody would be allowed to go in.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
If there was areas in a crime scene that had carpet, would you prevent people from going in there?
Well, I would prevent anybody that wasn't working the crime scene from going into the crime scene, yes. But to investigate a crime scene, you have to go into a crime scene to investigate it.
But you have to go in carefully, don't you?
Extremely carefully,
And
yeah.
you have to be aware of where potential evidence is.
Absolutely.
And if you're not aware of where potential evidence is, you could destroy potentially exculpatory evidence.
That's a possibility, yes.
And protective clothing is very important with the advancement of DNA collection of evidence, isn't it?
Sustained.
Are you aware of what is recommended for collecting and preserving DNA evidence?
Overruled.
I don't do the collection and testing of it, so no, I would have to say no on that.
You're not aware of what should be done?
I just said no, I don't do the collection or the testing of it, so no, I'm not aware.
Well, before you get to collection of evidence, it can also be destroyed or contaminated by even somebody as expert as yourself going into that area. Isn't that true?
Oh, that's always a possibility, yes.
And for that purpose, it is recommended, is it not, that footwear protection be used before entering a bloody crime scene?
Objection.
Grounds. Sustained.
Are you aware that professional standards require investigators to wear footwear covering when investigating sensitive areas where DNA evidence may appear?
Grounds.
Any justification?
Sustained.
It's obvious, is it not, that if you walk in with dirty shoes that you may contaminate a crime scene. Isn't that true?
If you step in the evidence, yes, it is.
And if you had dirty shoes, that you may bring trace evidence from outside into the crime scene. Isn't that a possibility?
Again, if you step in the evidence, yes.
What if you walked into a crime scene, walked on a hair outside and walked in? Is there a chance that hair could be moved from outside inside?
Say that.
Speculation.
Oh.
Say that again, please.
You walk up to a crime scene and there's a hair that you can't see on the sidewalk. Is there a chance that hair might stick to your shoe and then you carry it in and it can be discovered inside the crime scene?
Objection.
Speculation. Sustained.
What effort does it take to wear footwear coverings?
There wouldn't be much effort to it, I don't think.
Is there any reason not to?
No,
Is there any reason not to wear head coverings in a crime scene?
no,
Is there any reason not to wear coveralls or other protective clothing in a crime scene?
no,
Is there any reason not to wear gloves within a crime scene?
no,
Are these things that would be overly burdensome to do?
no.
When you went through your training at homicide school, wasn't one of the first things you were taught that when you enter a potential crime scene, don't pick up the phone?
Yeah, that's a basic rule, yes.
What's the reason for that rule?
Because you may have the telephone used by the suspect, you may have fingerprints on it, you may have trace evidence on it.
What about using any of the facilities within the crime scene? Turning water on or off?
That should not be done.
Putting out candles?
Nothing should be disturbed until the investigation is completed.
Did you determine whether any of those things were done in this case?
I found out later that the telephone was used, yes.
And that shouldn't have been done. That's the violation of
It shouldn't have
the
been
most
done.
basic rule of crime scene investigation, is it not?
However, in this case, the house did not appear or was not related to the crime scene. There was nothing to indicate that the suspect had ever entered or anything had ever occurred in that residence.
So your opinion today is the suspect in this case has never entered the Bundy residence?
Oh, no, I didn't say that at all. It didn't appear that any aspect of the crime had occurred within the residence itself.
When you start investigating a crime scene, you don't know what you're going to find, do you?
Absolutely not.
Therefore, everything is potential evidence, isn't it?
Yes,
And proper procedure would dictate following proper rules, would it not?
yes.
And if there was evidence that may or may not have some value, what's the rule that you adhere to?
It would be protected, collected, and booked.
All right, when you walked through the crime scene, one of the first things you saw was a Ben and Jerry's ice cream cup and a plastic spoon. Correct?
One of the first things that was pointed out to me, yes.
And that was something that was reported in the notes of the previous homicide investigator that he took note of, correct?
Yes.
So obviously, in doing your detailed note analysis, that's something that he deemed important. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know whether he deemed it important. It was something that he noted.
Is a plastic spoon something that is capable of getting latent fingerprints off of?
I would think so, yes.
What about a paper cup?
Yes.
Is there any reason why those items would not be taken into evidence?
Yeah, they didn't appear to be connected to the crime scene from what I saw.
But you didn't know at that time, did you?
They didn't appear to be connected.
But as of today, it's become an issue in this case, hasn't it?
Sustained.
Is there any reason, what effort would it have taken to take those items into evidence?
There would have been no effort if it was deemed necessary. They still, to this day, don't appear to have any connection to this case.
But you don't know that, do you?
Well, I think that's a fair assumption.
Could you determine perhaps who was eating that ice cream by finding fingerprints on the cup?
If they were there, yes.
Might that have some importance?
Well, I think it's been determined who was eating ice cream that night.
Might that have some importance is my question.
I still don't think it's connected to the crime scene. I don't see any importance to it.
So initially, upon walking into a crime scene, you see something that's potential evidence, you determine by yourself, as an experienced detective, it probably doesn't have anything to do with this, so we're just going to ignore it, throw it out. Is that what you're telling us?
I don't understand that. What do you mean? Are you speaking about a certain item? Or are you speaking about any crime scene?
No,
Or
I'm talking about this specific item.
about the ice cream?
Yeah, you saw it, you didn't think it was of evidentiary value, even though you have told us it could have a fingerprint on it, and therefore you simply ignored it and had it thrown away.
Sustained with Fred's question.
You immediately make decisions, don't you?
Not all the time.
You make them very quickly, don't you?
No, not all the time.
And you're not easy to change your opinion, are you?
No, that's not true. I am.
And if you had to do it all over again, you still wouldn't take that ice cream cup.
Gee, Monday morning quarterbacking is wonderful. I still, to this day, don't believe the ice cream is connected to the crime scene at Bundy.
Your Honor, may this be an appropriate time for a recess?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations without the matter being submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. We'll stand in recess until 1:30, and Detective Van Adder, you may step down. You're ordered to return at 1:30. Thank you, counsel. So do you wish to, I suggest we wait for Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark. In our discussions after you left to do some research on that issue we were discussing in chambers, Mr. Shapiro suggested that he would alter his order of examination, and we'll take that matter up first thing tomorrow. But I'd like to put in at least an hour or so, get as much done as we can this afternoon. We're going to go past the 3 o'clock hour.
Thank you, Ron.
All right. All right, anything else? Any other surprises? All right, Deputy Magnar, let's have the jurors, please. Members of our jury panel, Detective Van Adder, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good afternoon, Detective. You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Shapiro, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Detective Van Adder, over the noon hour, you were requested to find your notes of the activities that took place at Bundy and Rockingham on the 12th through the 13th of June. Have you been able to locate those notes?
I didn't realize I was supposed to do that, but as far as actual physical notes, there aren't any other than the partial statement I was doing on Cato Kalin.
And that consists of 2 paragraphs?
Approximately, yeah.
And that's the extent of what took place as far as recording information by you?
I directed other information be recorded, but yes, that's true.
Now, when you went through your walkthrough at the Bundy crime scene, you told us that took approximately 10 minutes?
Yeah, approximately 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes.
You testified 10 minutes on your direct examination yesterday. Are you more comfortable with 10 to 15 minutes?
That's an approximation, 10.
You weren't keeping any log records of the time you entered the actual scene and left?
No, sir.
Did you check in with somebody at the Bundy address who was keeping such time records?
When I arrived there,
When you arrived and when you walked through, yes.
I signed in on the crime scene log when I arrived, yes.
Would that be something that would be proper to maintain in the crime scene log, how long you spent inside the crime scene?
No.
How long did Detective Lang spend inside the crime scene in his walkthrough?
I believe it was about 15 minutes, approximately 15 minutes.
He was there a little longer than you?
Yes.
And you were not accompanying him at that time?
No, I did not.
You stayed outside on Bundy and Dorothy?
Yes.
And after he finished his walkthrough, did you then immediately go to Rockingham?
It was within a few minutes. We left there at approximately 5 o'clock that morning, yes.
So
we discussed it before we left.
He came out, you discussed it for a few minutes with him as to what he saw?
Yes.
And then the decision was made to go make the notification?
That's correct.
And you left immediately thereafter?
Yes.
Now, according to the logs, Detective Lang arrived at 4:25 in the morning.
That's correct.
And so if he did a 15-minute walkthrough, that would be about 4:40, correct?
If he immediately went on the walkthrough, I'm not sure that that was the sequence of events.
Well, how long did he wait before he went on the walkthrough that you recall?
I really couldn't answer that. I really don't know.
Weren't you concerned with trying to get this thing going and start your investigation?
That's what we did, yes.
So don't you now have about 20 minutes unaccounted for where nothing is being done while you and your partner are there?
I don't understand that.
Well, if Lang, according to the chronological record, arrived at 4:25, did a 15-minute walkthrough, spent a few minutes before and a few minutes after, let's say that would make it 4:45, and there's 15 minutes before you leave. Was there an investigation that you people were doing during that 15 minutes at Bundy?
I think part of the investigation is myself and my partner conversing, so we so we know what we have, and so we sort of understand what's going on at that point.
And I take it you notified a criminalist at that point because you now had determined it was a bloody crime scene, did you not?
Not at that point, no.
And you notified the coroner because you wanted to clearly ascertain the time of death.
Not at that point.
And you called for a photographer to videotape the entire crime scene in the most undisturbed way, did you not?
A photographer was there when I got there.
And did you direct the photographer to take an overall view of the complete pattern of all the footwear impressions that you had seen?
I believe my partner did that.
And was that done?
Was that done?
Yeah, the photographer do that? Follow those orders?
To the best of my knowledge,
And
yes.
so you have seen a photograph that shows the entire pathway with all the footprints that you intend to talk about in this case?
I believe it does, yes.
And did you call for someone to videotape the entire crime scene?
No, sir, I did not.
And did you call for a light truck to illuminate the area so that you could better ascertain whether or not there might be another matching glove to the one that you had seen by the body of Ronald Goldman?
I did not.
And did you cause a grid search to be done of the location to look for a matching or second glove at that location?
No, I didn't.
As a detective, would you agree that it is important for you to be able to prioritize what you're going to do regarding a crime scene investigation?
Yes.
Some things are more important than others. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're all important. That's a general statement. Everything's important.
But you can't do everything at the same time, can you?
No, I wish I could.
So therefore, you have to prioritize, don't you?
According to what the scene is, yes. Each one is different. Each one has different priorities.
And if you had to prioritize between notifying the ex-husband of a victim and beginning a crime scene investigation, what one of the two would you feel would be more important?
Putting it just in those terms, with the other circumstances left out, I would say start the crime scene investigation, but there were other circumstances that came into play in this.
And how many officers would you use to make a death notification, personally?
That would depend on the circumstances.
And is there any criteria as to who can make a death notification within the Los Angeles Police Department?
As to who?
Yes.
I would think any sworn personnel could.
Now, Commander Bushy is the commander of the West Bureau. Is that correct?
He's the assistant commander, I believe, of West Bureau.
And West Bureau does not encompass the robbery homicide division, does it not? Does it?
No,
It does not, I should say.
it does not.
And that order that you heard about secondhand was from Detective Phillips, who was told by Commander Bushy that he should make a personal notification. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And during the hour and 5 minutes that Detective Phillips was waiting for you, did you ask him if he had gone to make a personal notification?
He told me that he hadn't.
Did you ask him why he didn't? Why he was just deciding to stand out in the middle of the street for an hour and 5 minutes?
No.
Isn't that something that could easily have been done by Detective Phillips, to your knowledge?
That could have been done, but that would not be the proper way to do it without us being present.
What about Detective Furman? Could he have gone with Detective Phillips to make a death notification?
Of course he could have, but it still wouldn't have been the proper way without us being there.
Well, what about Lieutenant Rogers, who was your supervisor? Could he have gone?
Certainly.
He's not a homicide investigator, is he?
No, he's a supervisor.
He's not an investigator, is he?
He's a lieutenant.
Is he an investigator? Is
By rank or
it his job to investigate homicide scenes?
No, it's his job to supervise.
So he from your bureau could have gone and made the notification.
Certainly.
And the 25 other people that were there could have gone to make the notification.
That's correct.
And as far as directions to that location, once you were at Bundy, would you have any difficulty if somebody there said the location that you want to go to is at Rockingham and Sunset, take Sunset about 2 miles and turn right on Rockingham, 3 blocks? Would you be able to follow those directions?
Me personally?
Yes.
Yes.
So you didn't need anybody to take you to that location, did you?
Well, yeah, because we didn't know where the location was and we thought it would speed up the process. Plus, we needed their assistance,
Well, let's
as
talk
I had
about
explained before.
just where the location was. You've already conceded that if somebody told you to go west on Sunset to Rockingham and turn right, go up 3 blocks, you would have been able to follow that and find that, would you not?
Certainly I could have.
And it's not a difficult location to find, is it?
No,
Not hidden in any way?
no.
And at the time you arrived, you had for the first time met Detectives Phillips and Furman, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were there to notify them that, or to officially take over, because they had been notified they'd been relieved.
That's correct.
And in police practice, I take it that this is a big case. Would you agree with that?
That's a very subjective term. It's a big case because the press and the media has made it a big case. All homicides are, to me, are big cases.
And that to be involved in a case like this from a detective's point of view is a feather in your cap, is it not?
Not in my cap, no.
And
No.
to be relieved from a case like this would be a tremendous disappointment for a young detective, would it not?
Yes.
Sustained.
You've also told us that you went over, did anybody tell you you should go to Rockingham to check on the welfare of the children?
That question, I don't follow that question. The children's welfare was not, the children were at West LA Station.
Did anybody tell you to go to Rockingham because the children's welfare was at issue?
No, that was a determination that myself and my partner made.
And so you determined with all the officers in the juvenile division, all the officers at West Los Angeles, all the members available to take care of juveniles, you were going to take it upon yourself to prioritize and put that interest first. Is that your testimony?
That was one of my priorities, absolutely.
You're not a juvenile officer.
No, but I think we went through this once before. I had 2 very young children that had been taken from their bed, from their home, by uniformed police officers, at a scene that their mother had been murdered at. And that's very, very traumatic for adults, besides thinking about minor children. To me, these children are very, very important people, and they have to be cared for. And to be sitting in a police station is a very traumatic thing for children, and that was very important to me to try and get them with family members.
And I agree with you. But in balancing that against the 25 other officers who were at the scene who could have performed the same function, and you being the only person who could admit people into the crime scene, is it your opinion that others could have equally satisfied the requirement of taking care of these young children who are in such desperate need of being reunited?
I'm sort of lost on the question. Could someone else have done what I did?
Regarding the children?
Certainly someone else could have.
Yes, no one else other than Lang and yourself could have allowed access into the crime scene.
At that point, I would say no.
But yet you chose to leave the crime scene not only with yourself and with your partner, but with the only two other investigators in the homicide area who could have also had some seasoning regarding the entry and exit into a crime scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the scene is left now not to be investigated at all with the four people who have expertise in homicide investigations, so you can go do two things: notify the ex-spouse of the death and to provide in West LA for the care and comfort of the two young children.
Sustained.
Your purpose in taking four officers to go to the Rockingham estate was solely for the notification. Is that correct?
Our purpose for taking four officers was actually twofold. Number one, they could direct us to the location because Furman had been there before. And number two, we intended on them helping us with the notification, helping Mr. Simpson to make a disposition of the children, for us to meet Mr. Simpson for a later interview.
Well, this wouldn't be a good time to establish a rapport with Mr. Simpson, would it?
It's as good a time as any time.
So you're going to knock on the door, tell Mr. Simpson you have horrible news, that his ex-wife has just been murdered, and plus, we'd like to get to know you and talk about this, so let's just sit down and talk for a while? Is that what you're telling us, sir?
No, we didn't intend to interview him then. We intended to meet him, go back, do the crime scene, and set up a later interview with him.
Well, you had additional information regarding Mr. Simpson when you went over there, didn't you?
I had information, Detective Furman told us that he had been at the location before on a 415 dispute call, yes.
And he told you that that resulted. Did he also tell you that there had been previous incidents of domestic violence regarding OJ Simpson and Nicole Brown Simpson?
He didn't tell me that, no. He told me he had been there on a previous incident.
Did he tell your partner there had been previous incidents of domestic violence?
Objection, calls for this.
Oh. There could have been some conversation about an 89 incident. What I recall most is he stated that he had been there on a previous radio call and knew where the location was, and that the radio call it was in regards to a 415 family dispute.
You have reviewed the report that's entitled a follow-up report, have you not?
Yes.
And that's really a misnomer because it doesn't follow up to any other report that was done by your Detective Lang, does it?
A misnomer?
When it says follow-up report, doesn't that tend to cause one to think that there was a report before this, that this follows?
Well, there was a report before that.
Done by you and Lang?
Yes.
At the preliminary hearing, you were asked that question. You said there wasn't. Do you recall that testimony?
No, I don't recall saying that, no.
We'll show that to you in a minute. So you're telling me now that it was Furman who gave you the information regarding the domestic violence. Is that correct? Or Lang?
It was a conversation that was had in the street, and I believe all four of us was there. And as I recall, Furman said something to Phillips, and I'm not sure whether it was Furman or Phillips that relayed the information. My information was that Furman had been there earlier.
Do you have any information that Mr. Simpson had previously been arrested? Or just that they responded to a 415?
Well, I think my information is Mr. Simpson was never arrested on that case. I think that's the information.
And isn't it true, sir, that one of the reasons that you wanted to leave the crime scene and go to the Simpson residence was because you had information that there had been previous instances of domestic violence, and you immediately suspected the ex-husband as being the person responsible in these cases?
No, that's not true.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Actually, let me put this up on the Elmo. We've already talked about this. I just have I thought we took this up.
Is this the last sentence?
No, this is on another report.
All right, I don't believe we took that up specifically.
All right, let me approach it another way. If he objects to this, let me ask you this. You have read the murder follow-up report, have you not?
Yes.
And are there any errors or omissions in that report?
Errors and omissions. I'm comfortable with the report, if that's what you're asking me.
And you stand by that report, do you not?
Well, I think it's a general overall view of what occurred, yes.
Well, it's more than that. It's the only recordation that you and your partner have done regarding this case. Isn't that correct?
No.
You'll show us later what other recordations you and your partner have done.
Well, I think I testified earlier that there's been death reports made on both victims and murder reports made on both victims.
I'm talking about the facts surrounding the investigation and the information you have. Are there any other reports along those areas that were done by you or your partner, sir?
Well, there's been reports done through the entire investigation. There's 3 books full of reports.
Well, you'll pull those for us, okay, the ones that you and your partner have done.
Is that a question?
Would you do that for us, please? That's a request. Not now. Not now.
There's 3 books of reports.
Well, maybe you can do that tonight. Let me draw your attention to the second paragraph and ask you to read that. Read that?
Yes.
And does that refresh your memory as what Detective Phillips told you and Detective Lang?
That's a possibility that he said that, yes. But again, my information is Mr. Simpson was never arrested on that case.
What does your report indicate in that regard, sir?
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. The entire paragraph?
Well, let's read the part of what Detective Phillips told you.
Phillips stated that victim Brown was the ex-wife of OJ Simpson, a well-known athlete actor. Additionally, Phillips stated that Mr. Simpson and victim 1 had been embroiled in a previous domestic violence situation, one of these resulting in the arrest of Mr. Simpson.
You said in a previous domestic violence situation. Is that what it says, sir?
That's what the report says, yes.
It doesn't say in previous domestic violence situations, plural?
Situations, yeah.
Is there a difference between situation and situation, sir?
One is plural and one is singular, yes.
Is there any significance to that in putting that in a report?
Significance? I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. Apparently, that's referring to more than one incident.
Now, the location that you were going to was Rockingham, is that correct? 360 North Rockingham from Bundy?
From Bundy, yes.
And you came down Rockingham as you showed us in that nice video that you prepared, is that correct?
What's the question?
You came down Rockingham when you were going to the house. When you were trying to locate the address of 360 North Rockingham.
We drove north on Rockingham, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah,
That was my question.
I
I'm sorry.
didn't understand your question.
You guys have to stop talking over each other here.
I want to make it clear. And when you drove up, you saw a gate and an address, 360 North Rockingham, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you park on Rockingham?
I don't know. I followed Detective Phillips and parked behind him.
If you were looking
no
for
reason.
I'm sorry. Did you finish?
No reason.
Clearly, there was an entrance on Rockingham,
Yes.
and clearly the front door faced Rockingham.
Well, I don't think I could tell that as I drove up the street. I couldn't see the front door.
You could see the front door through the gate, couldn't you?
When I walked over and looked, yes. But when I was driving up, I didn't see it.
Isn't it true, sir, that you were going over to Rockingham in addition to making what you have said is a notification to look for criminal activity?
I think it crossed my mind, not criminal activity. I think it crossed my mind to check on the welfare because of the closeness of the scene and the violence of the scene.
The welfare of whom?
The welfare of the occupants of the home, since there was a tie to the two locations.
And who did you determine were the occupants of the home?
Which home, sir?
The home you were going to check on the welfare of the occupants in.
Mr. Simpson's home.
Well, who were the occupants of that home that you went to check on?
At that point,
Yeah.
anybody that was there.
Well, didn't you have something fixed in your mind when you say you were going to check on the welfare of somebody? Whose welfare were you going to check on, sir?
Mr. Simpson.
Because you were concerned about him, weren't you?
I wasn't so much concerned about him. I had concerns for the children. I wanted to meet him. I was informed that a commander of the police department had ordered a in-person notification. And I knew it was going to be a very newsworthy case. And I thought it best that we make a notification before the press did.
Have you memorized that response? It's about the third time you've given it to us.
Sustained. Curious to disregard that last.
Is that the verbatim response you gave at the preliminary hearing?
I don't know.
Sustained. Sure, when I caution you on something, I don't expect the next question to be the same thing.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. My question was, were you concerned with the health and welfare of OJ Simpson when you went to Rockingham?
Not until I got there. I mean, there's always a concern when you have relatives, but not until other criteria was met.
In order to make this notification now, 4 detectives arrive at Rockingham. Before you went there, because of these concerns, I take it you notified the communications department as to where you were going.
No.
Because of your concerns about welfare, I take it that you called for black and whites to meet you there.
After I got there, I did, yes.
Upon arrival, you called for black and whites?
No, after other circumstances were met.
How long did it take for you to call for black and whites?
Probably 15, 20 minutes.
What time did you call for the black and whites?
I didn't do it. I don't know exactly.
Is that recorded in your log somewhere?
No.
You testified that for 10 to 15 minutes, 4 detectives took turns ringing the buzzer that activated a telephone that you could hear ringing from outside. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And would you say that that telephone rings for about a second before another ring comes on?
Ooh, I don't know. There were 5 or 6 rings before it stopped.
Would you say that since you could hear it outside, it would be your opinion that clearly somebody could hear it inside if somebody was inside? Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you say that 10 to 15 minutes is a very long time to ring someone?
At 5 in the morning, I don't know. I don't know whether that is or not.
Have you ever called someone to try to get someone on the telephone and let the telephone ring for 10 to 15 minutes?
I don't think so. No, I don't know for sure.
And the 4 detectives are now taking turns pushing this buzzer device on the gate?
Well, I think there were 3 of us that rang it. I don't ever recall Furman ringing the bell.
Now, Furman's role in coming there was purely to show you how to get there? Is that your testimony?
And assist?
Overrule.
You can answer.
No.
Was he coming as a backup unit for you?
No.
Was he coming to help you investigate?
No.
Was he coming to introduce you to Mr. Simpson?
No.
Was he coming to help you in the notification?
He was coming. We were going to make the notification. He was coming to assist Mr. Simpson if he needed assistance.
And he had volunteered for that?
No, we asked him to accompany us.
You asked him to come with you to help Mr. Simpson in case Mr. Simpson needed some help. Is that correct?
That was part of the reasoning, yes.
And Detective Phillips, why was he coming?
Same reason.
He was coming to see if he would help Mr. Simpson.
Yes.
And where in your reports did you indicate that this was your state of mind, sir?
I don't know that I did.
And where in your previous testimony before the grand jury did you indicate this was your previous state of mind?
I think I testified they were there to assist us.
And where in your previous testimony under oath at a preliminary hearing did you indicate the reason they were coming was to help Mr. Simpson, sir?
I again testified they were there to assist us.
After ringing the bell for 10 or 15 minutes, which activated a telephone that you clearly heard ringing, then you decided to try to call Mr. Simpson on another telephone?
That was, yes, after noticing that the place had private security, requested that we get a telephone number from them, yes.
How would that assist you if the telephone that was currently ringing was not being of any value?
We were trying anything to make contact with within the residence.
And as a policeman, do you have the ability to get the phone numbers of residents of homes?
Sometimes, not all the time.
Did you attempt to get the phone number of OJ Simpson through police channels?
Yes.
What police channels did you use?
Contacted the watch commander and asked him to contact West Tech Security to see if they had a phone number for him.
What about the telephone company? Anybody think of calling the telephone company?
Well, if it's a published number, you can get it. If it's non-published, you cannot get it.
So, and even policemen can't get that.
That's correct.
So if you called up the supervisor at the telephone company that services that area and said, this is an emergency situation, identified yourself, we have to get in touch with Mr. Simpson, can you get the phone number? They would not be able to help you.
They would tell you to get a search warrant if it was a non-published number.
For an emergency.
For anything.
In contacting West Tech, did you ask them to come out to the location?
I didn't contact them. I think the thrust of it was to attempt to find out if there was any travel plans and if they had a phone number.
Did anybody ask West Tech to come out to the location?
I don't know that.
Did anybody check with West Tech as to whether it was Mr. Simpson's habit and custom to notify West Tech every time he went out of town?
Not to my knowledge.
You eventually got another number that rang with the same type of ringing that you were getting from the front door, is that correct?
From the front door?
Well, from the door, I'm sorry, from the buzzer outside the gate.
It was a telephone number that rang, yes.
And it was the same type of ring that you heard that when you pressed the button at the gate.
I didn't make the phone call, but I would say that was probably a good assumption, yes.
And are you aware of getting a recording from an answering machine?
I was told that, yes.
And you were told that the answering machine said, "This is OJ, I'm out of town. I'll be back on Monday"?
No, I don't recall that. I was told that there was an answer, something to the effect, "This is OJ, I'm not home now," or something like that.
You testified at the grand jury that the only response that came on the machine was OJ. Do you recall that testimony?
No, I don't.
Did you try to use any type of bullhorn to get Mr. Simpson's attention?
No, sir.
Did you try to flash any lights into the house to get his attention?
Other than shining my flashlight into the driveway, no.
Regarding the lighting in the driveway, you told us that the front door was well lit when you arrived. Isn't that correct?
No, I didn't say that.
Were there
No.
aren't there coach lights on the front door?
I don't know that. I recall a light being on toward the front door, someplace inside the residence, and then toward the south side of the house. And then, as I recall, there was one on upstairs that could have been the same light that was illuminating up and down.
How many times have you been to that location?
Twice.
How many times have you seen photographs of that location?
Several times. I don't know.
And it's your testimony that you don't know whether or not there are coach lights at the front entrance?
Oh, that's a possibility. I don't recall right now that there are coach lights there.
And isn't it true, sir, that there is a halogen street light at the adjacent corner of Ashford and Rockingham that completely illuminates the front door?
No, that wouldn't be true. The front door is recessed, as I recall. There may be a light there that illuminates part of the driveway, but the front door itself is recessed.
Does it illuminate the area walking immediately up to the front door, the brick area?
I could see up to the front of the house, yes.
And it's very bright in that area because of that halogen light, is it not?
I don't know whether it's real bright. I could see up there.
See clearly?
I could see up there. I could see there was no one there.
Now, at any time, did you give any directions to Detective Furman to conduct an investigation outside the residence?
No.
You're in charge, is that correct?
I'm one of the people in charge, yes.
Detective Lang.
Yes.
The other people are there only to assist you.
Yes.
They're working at your direction now.
They're experienced police officers. They don't necessarily work at my direction.
Well, you would not allow them to independently do anything at the Bundy crime scene, would you?
I don't know what you mean by that. Independently do.
Any type of investigation at the Bundy crime scene, all they were allowed to do was stand in the street and wait for you to come up. Isn't that correct?
Well, I wasn't there. That was not my order.
And so therefore you wouldn't allow them to do anything at the Rockingham crime scene, would you, without your direction?
Oh, that's not true. They're experienced police officers.
So they can do whatever they want?
No. That's misreading. Experienced police officers have the ability to work without direct supervision at all times.
So in your opinion, Mark Furman could do whatever he wanted based on his experience at the Rockingham scene?
Ask me that again, please.
Based on Mark Furman's experience as a detective, which you were unaware of, he had the implicit permission from you to do any investigation he wanted at the Rockingham location.
I think the four of us were working. Yes, we're all police officers.
I want to make sure I have your answer correctly. That Mark Furman had the independent right to do any investigation he wanted at the Rockingham crime scene.
Sustained. Phrase the question.
Was it your state of mind, as one of the two lead detectives, that Mark Furman had the right, based on the fact that he was a detective, to do an independent investigation at Rockingham?
Sustained. Phrase the question.
Perhaps, Your Honor,
Problem here is independent.
did Detective Furman have the right to conduct an investigation at Rockingham without your precise direction?
Of course he did. He's a Los Angeles police officer.
And that's what he did, isn't it?
Yes.
Even though he had been removed from this case and told by you that the only thing he could do was at Bundy was to secure the scene and stay outside, now at Rockingham he can do whatever he wants.
Sustained.
He's free to conduct an investigation at Rockingham. Is that correct?
He's there to assist me in the investigation, yes.
Did you hear his testimony, sir?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear him testify that while you guys were ringing the door, he decided just to take a walk down Rockingham?
Yes.
Was that something that you asked him to do?
No, but I don't have him on a leash either.
Yeah,
He's a capable man. He's capable of walking around, and I don't follow him at all times.
Isn't he there to help you?
That was part of his assistance at that point.
It's just walking around?
Sure.
Taking a little walk?
Sure, why not? I did too.
I thought this became a situation where you were really concerned about people's welfare.
This was a situation I was concerned about people's welfare.
If you're concerned about people's welfare, that you'll just simply take a walk?
Well, I'm not sure that he simply took a walk. He walked down toward the Rockingham Gate. I don't know what his state of mind was when he was walking down through there.
Did he call you over to the Bronco?
He did at one point, yes.
How did he do that?
I was standing in the intersection or near the intersection of Ashford and Rockingham, and I saw him walk a little way toward me from the vehicle and call, "Hey, Phil, come over here."
What were you doing standing in the intersection?
I was standing adjacent or close to Detective Phillips, who was talking with one of the West Tech people.
Where was Detective Lang?
Believe he was between me and the intersection and the Ashford Gate at that time.
So you had abandoned your attempts to try to get in?
No, we were working with West Tech, trying to get additional information at that point.
What information were you trying to get from West Tech?
If there were travel plans, if they knew whether there was anyone home, if they had access to the location.
And you had to wait for somebody from West Tech to come out? Couldn't you get that via your police radio and communication system?
Could I have?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. While we were trying to secure that through the watch commander, a West Tech unit drove up. Just drove by the location.
Just kind of coincidentally, huh?
Coincidentally, he drove by and we stopped him.
Had the black and white arrived at that time?
I believe it was in the same time frame that the black and white arrived, yes.
When you drove up to Rockingham, did you notice the Bronco initially?
I saw the car parked, yes.
Did you see it parked unusually?
It looked like it was hastily parked.
Hastily parked.
Yeah.
Do you find that people who lock cars hastily park cars?
That's subjective too. I guess that could be a yes or no either way.
How far from the curb was the front wheel of the car, of the vehicle? Yes, it's a truck-like vehicle.
Closer than the rear wheel.
What's the difference? A couple inches?
I don't know.
Did you measure it?
No.
Did you ask anybody to measure it? To this day, from
No.
your photographs?
No.
Isn't it true, sir, that the curb area where there is concrete is 1 foot,
That's a possibility.
and that the tires on the front and the back are both touching that area?
As I recall from the picture, the tire in the back is sitting on the asphalt portion of the street.
How close is it to the concrete?
I don't know.
The fact that it was hastily parked, did that cause you any concern?
Not at that point, no.
Just something you observed as a policeman?
Something I was driving the car, I would have either had to see the car or probably run into the car, yeah.
Have you described that as the rear end jutting out more than the front in any official reports?
Probably.
And you think that's a fair description?
Well, I think the rear end was sticking out farther than the front end, yes.
Did Mark Furman have a flashlight when he was over at the Bronco?
Mark Furman carried a flashlight on his belt, yes.
What kind of flashlight?
Small stream light,
What size?
a small stream light that was carried in a little leather holder on his belt.
When you had a more powerful flashlight?
Yes.
Did he talk to you when he asked you to come over to the Bronco?
He did when I got there, yeah.
Did he signal you over in any way?
No, he called me over.
What did he say?
Hey, Phil, come here. I want to show you something.
And what did he show you?
He showed me a spot above the door handle.
That's the first thing he showed you.
Well, I had been there previously.
Is that the first thing Mark Furman showed you? Yes or no? At the Bronco.
At what point, sir?
The time you were at Rockingham is the first thing that Mark Furman shows you a spot of blood.
No.
What's the first thing Mark Furman shows you?
I walked over there previously. Mark Furman was there. I saw he shined a light, and I shined my light into the back of the vehicle. And then I walked back toward the intersection, and that's when he called me back.
Did he show you into the back of the vehicle? Did he direct your attention to the back of the vehicle and tell you to look at something? Or is it your testimony that both of you simultaneously were at the back of the vehicle, both had your flashlights, and both looked in and saw the same thing at the same time? Is that your testimony, sir?
No, he directed me to look in the back of the vehicle.
What did he do what did he say to you when you came over?
I really don't recall the conversation other than he directed me to look in the back of the vehicle, and as I walked up, I saw a piece of wood lying on the parkway.
Just excuse me for one moment. And what did you see when you first looked into that vehicle from the rear window?
I saw a package, I believe addressed to Orenthal Productions or something like that.
Or something like that?
Well, I don't recall the actual address. It was Orenthal Productions or OJ Simpson Productions, something like that.
Now, didn't you make a big point of saying it was Orenthal Productions and you knew that meant OJ Simpson?
Well, I knew that meant OJ Simpson, yes.
And I take it you took that as part of the evidence in this case?
Well, the entire car was impounded with it in it, yes.
So that package is in evidence?
I don't know that.
You would assume that it's in evidence.
Well, the entire car was impounded, yes.
And everything in it should be in evidence then. Is that correct? Did you see anything else at that time in the back of the car?
Yes,
What'd you see?
a shovel and a piece of plastic, what appeared to be a folded up piece of plastic, and a white cloth.
Let me show you Detective Lang, your report again. That was,
Detective Van Adder.
I'm sorry?
Detective Van Adder.
I said Detective Lang and his report. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right.
He's
I
detective.
misheard you.
He's Detective Van Adder.
Yes, I know. I thought
Thank
you
you.
said, I thought you were addressing him as Detective Lang.
No.
All right.
That's Detective.
Yes, I recognize him.
All right. I want to direct you to the report that you have talked about before. That is the follow-up report, and ask you to tell us where in that report it indicates that you observed a shovel in the back of the Bronco.
I think we've had this discussion previously. It doesn't.
And you kind of say that like laughing. Is there something funny about it not being in there?
Nothing at all, sir. It isn't in there.
Is there anything funny about this examination?
Nothing whatsoever.
Did you find any plastic? Did you indicate in your report there was any plastic in there?
No.
Those are important things for observations for a detailed report, aren't they?
If they're important to the case, yes.
In fact, you indicated in that report at that time Detective Furman showed you blood.
That's what the report says, yes.
That's not true, is it?
Well, I was there twice. He showed me blood at one point, yes.
But the report is not accurate and is not consistent with what you've just told us, is it?
The report is an overview of the investigation. It's not a second-by-second account of what occurred.
Well, whether it's second by second, there are crucial things that are not included in this report that you testified to. Is that correct?
That's possible, yes.
And you told us earlier that when you wrote this report, it was an accurate report and there were no errors or omissions in the report, did you not?
Objection, say.
Sustained.
Did you ask Detective Phillips to look around that truck to see if he could find any evidence?
Detective Phillips? No, I did not.
Did you ask Detective Furman to look around that truck to see if he could find any evidence?
No.
Did you ask Detective Lang to look around that truck?
No.
Did you look around that truck
Yes.
after you were directed by someone else?
Well, I walked down there first and then was called over to the truck.
So
yes.
what you're telling me is there are 4 detectives, 2 lead detectives that are there, and none of you examined the truck with the exception of Detective Mark Furman. Is that correct?
He was the first one that did, yes.
And he's the one who discovered the blood drop on the door handle.
That's correct, yes.
Now, you heard him testify that there were blood smears on the bottom of the door, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Did you see those?
I did at a later time. I don't recall him showing them to me that night.
You previously testified you didn't see them, haven't you?
I saw a report that was done by the criminalist. I don't recall seeing him that evening or that morning.
In fact, you previously testified you didn't see any blood on the bottom of the Bronco, didn't you?
That I didn't?
Did not.
I don't recall seeing any blood on the bottom of the Bronco.
And where in your report did you indicate that there was, in addition to a spot on the door handle, that there was blood on the bottom of the Bronco, sir?
Where did I indicate that?
Yes.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Did you indicate it in your report?
I don't know. I would have to read the entire report to tell you that.
Well, I don't want to interrupt the valuable jury time now. Maybe you can do that tonight, read that report and give us that answer tomorrow. We'll go on to something else.
Objection.
Jurors to disregard the comment.
The time sequence of arriving at Rockingham, was it about 5:05?
Between 5:05 and 5:10, yeah.
And then you went to the front gate on Ashford and rang the bell for 10 to 15 minutes?
That's correct.
That takes you to about 5:20 or 5:25?
Approximately, yes.
And at that point in time, Detective Furman starts to walk away from your group?
At what point in time?
Well, I'm going to ask you, at what point in time does Detective Furman start to walk away from the group?
Well, we were all moving around there. We weren't standing in a real tight cluster. We were all moving around.
Yeah, but he went down Rockingham.
Yes, he did. At one point, I believe when we originally stopped the first West Tech unit, I saw him walking down the street.
What time was that?
Would have probably been around 5:30 in the morning. 5:25, 5:30.
That he first walked towards the Bronco.
That I saw him, yes.
And the first time that you looked in the Bronco was what time?
Just shortly after that, I walked down there.
Give us an estimate.
5:25, 5:30.
And then you came back?
Then I walked back toward where the West Tech unit was with Detective Phillips.
And how long did you spend there?
Short time. He made a phone call inside the residence and told me that he had gotten a answer phone.
And that's when you were trying to locate OJ Simpson?
Still trying to this entire time, yes.
And why didn't you ask West Tech for an emergency number for OJ?
Well, I think that was the purpose of us asking them.
And didn't they have, in case of emergency, to contact his secretary?
I don't know that.
Because you didn't ask, right?
I didn't ask, no.
And you didn't ask anyone to ask?
I didn't even know that he had a secretary.
And nobody thought of that question, did they?
I don't think that was asked, not to my knowledge.
And then you went back the second time to look at the Bronco?
I was called back, yes.
What time was that?
Around 5:30.
And how long did you spend at the Bronco at that time?
Not very long, short time. We spoke. Maybe 5 minutes, I don't know. I
That
don't
takes
know
you to
exactly.
5:35?
Approximately, yeah.
And when you saw that little speck, I take it at that point in time you wanted to check the entire Bronco to see if there was any other blood or any other possible evidence, did you not?
At that point, I was becoming very concerned about the location. And I could see that the vehicle was locked. And my concern at that point was that maybe I had another crime scene or someone injured or hurt.
How could you see the vehicle was locked?
You could see the lock knobs on the door.
What about the rear gate latch? Did you check that?
No, I did not.
So you don't know if that was open or locked, did you?
No, I don't.
What was the difference whether the vehicle was locked or not?
Well,
Did you want to get into it?
No, not
You
at
had
that
no-
point.
You had just come from a bloody crime scene. You are now at the home of somebody who had previously been involved in domestic violence situations. You see a shovel in the back and blood on the car, and you do not want to look in that car? Is that your testimony, sir?
No, my testimony is I was concerned with any possible occupants that may be at the home.
You've already told us that. You were concerned about OJ Simpson's welfare when you saw that, right?
OJ Simpson and possibly a maid that was supposed to be there, yes.
And so you voiced that concern to the West Tech people, didn't you? And say, this is an emergency, we've got to find OJ and the maid, didn't you?
I believe that was related to him by Detective Phillips, yes.
And you asked them to find emergency numbers so you could find OJ because now an emergency had developed, did you not?
I didn't know.
You asked other officers to do that, didn't you?
I believe Phillips was doing that.
Was doing that?
Yeah.
Do you have any information that he did do that?
Phillips was talking with West Tech. I don't know that he asked him for emergency numbers. I don't even know that they have to this day that they have an emergency number on.
You haven't checked that, have you?
No, I have not.
That wouldn't be something you'd want to know, is it?
At this point, I don't think so.
Your Honor, can you just tell me how long you would like me to continue? I have a lot more material to cover.
A lot more?
Yes.
How about we just talked about two other subject matter
Yes,
areas?
but it's going to take a while to get to those two subjects.
Well, I prefer you go at least to the quarter till.
Thank you.
That'll give us the full afternoon session.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you. I take it at that point in time, you immediately called the command post and said, we have a potential emergency situation here. We're going in.
No, I didn't.
Isn't that proper police procedure?
That would depend on the situation.
Well, you've previously testified under oath that you thought there might be suspects related to the murder of Nicole Brown Simpson at the OJ Simpson residence, have you not?
I was not really concerned with suspects at that time. I was concerned with the welfare of the occupants of the home.
My question was, have you previously testified there may be suspects there?
Well, there could have been suspects there. I didn't know what was there.
My question was, have you previously testified there were suspects there?
Like I said, sir, there could have been suspects there. There could have been victims. I didn't know what was there.
And it could have been a murder, another murder scene. You've testified to that previously.
Certainly could have, yes.
And people could be dying there. You've heard testimony to that by other officers, have you not?
Well, that was my feeling too. That
People
was one
could
of the
be-
possibilities.
People could be bleeding.
Absolutely.
You could have a hostage situation.
That was a possibility.
You could have a kidnapping.
I don't know that that related to a kidnapping. Any possible scenario is possible. It could have been anything. I didn't know what was there.
No, I'm asking about what you or others have previously testified could have been the situation of regarding your state of mind when you were at Rockingham.
Is that a question?
Yes.
My state of mind was I was concerned with the occupants of the home. I was concerned that I could have another crime scene. People could be injured. This could have been an extension of the murders that I had just left. There could be people down. There could be injured people. It could have been any scenario.
So this is where your adrenaline really starts to rush, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know that that's a fair statement with me. I don't have big adrenaline rushes.
No? You've been doing it long enough that...
Well, I don't even think it's that. I don't have big adrenaline rushes.
Must have been a pretty scary situation to go in that location not knowing what was there with your experience. Isn't that correct?
Every situation you go into, you have butterflies because you don't know what you're going into.
And there are people who are specially trained for the situations you've just enumerated, aren't there?
There's people specially trained for tactical situations, yes.
Aren't there people specially trained for hostage situations?
Tactical situations, yes.
Well, I don't know what that means, but hostage situations, I know what that
A
means.
hostage situation is a tactical situation.
So we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
And aren't there people specially trained if somebody is dying or bleeding? How to save lives. You're not trained in that, are you?
Well, I'm CPR certified.
Are you
but-
are you a paramedic?
No. Excuse me, first aid certified. I'm sorry, I misspoke that. I think to take the time to call someone from another location to come and check that would be a dereliction of duty. I think it was our duty to go in there and look and see if there was something wrong.
Well, you've already been out there for 35 minutes and seemed to be pretty casual about what was going on. Now, all of a sudden, you don't have time to make a phone call with one of 4 officers to call for either a backup unit or call a command post and say, hey, I don't know what we have, but we better get some more support here. We better get some paramedics. We better get some emergency equipment. I really don't know what we have, but I'm telling you, my instincts as a detective tell me it is serious.
We
Did you
called
do
for a
that?
backup unit. We had a black and white vehicle there.
Well, that was already there.
We called for them.
That was before you decided it was an emergency.
No, that was part of the process. That was the emergency came back from a set of circumstances that didn't all occur at one time. That was a set of circumstances that occurred over a period of time.
So you had a patrol vehicle there.
Yes, that's correct.
Specially trained officers or not?
Uniformed police officers.
How many?
2.
And did you give them any direction at the time they arrived?
I don't think I talked to them when they first arrived. I don't think I actually spoke to them.
You called for them. It was an emergency situation. You had to come out, but you didn't tell them what to do?
I think we're talking semantics. I think you're relating to a tactical situation. I'm talking about an emergency situation. They're 2 different things.
Well, let's say it was an emergency situation that you're referring to. In an emergency situation, you've called for a black and white backup. They come and rush to the location, and you don't tell them what to do, what the emergency is?
Again, I think we're talking semantics. I think what you're relating to is a tactical situation where you know the situation that you have. And you could say that you have a tactical situation that's an emergency if you know you have a suspect, or you know you have a hostage, or you know for a fact that you have someone that's injured. We didn't know all these things. This was a situation that had to be determined.
Oh, you don't believe in being prepared?
I don't understand. I don't believe in being prepared. I think I go into every situation attempting to be prepared.
So at that point in time, did you alone determine that it was time to jump over the wall?
There was a decision that was made from speaking with my partner and the other 2 detectives.
So it was a joint decision by you, Mark Furman, and Detective Phillips?
Mainly myself and Detective Lang.
Well, when you say mainly, did all of you discuss it or just the 2
Well,
of
we
you
were all
discuss it?
standing there talking. It was a decision that was left up to myself and Lang.
And you both said, let's go in?
Exactly.
And you elected Mark Furman because he was the youngest and the most athletic to climb the wall.
That's part of the reason, yes.
Did he have any protective gear on when he went over the wall?
No, he did not.
Did you have any protective gear on backing him up?
No,
Did any of the 2 other officers, detectives there, have protective gear on?
not to my knowledge.
Did anybody pull out any shotguns to back them up in case you were going to encounter a suspect or suspects inside?
No.
Did you notify the 2 uniformed officers to come up and back you up that you're going in now?
I think they were called to the gate to stand by the gate, yes.
They were?
Yes, I believe so.
Where in your report did you indicate that?
I don't know that I did.
Where in your previous testimony have you said that?
I said I think they were called to the Ashford Gate, or they came over there on their own when we went over the fence.
Are you telling this jury that you did not sit down with 2 uniformed officers, tell them what the emergency was, and give them instructions to cover your back because you 4 guys are going in?
They were told we were going in.
Did you tell them what to do?
To stand by the gate.
Just to stand there?
Yeah.
Did you tell them to get shotguns, get ready? This is what we've got, guys. This is a potential emergency. You never said that, did you?
No, again, Mr. Shapiro, I think you're confusing an emergency situation with a tactical situation. If I would have had a tactical situation and knew that I had a suspect or knew that I had a hostage or knew that I had a murder suspect in there, it would have been handled totally different. This was a situation where I was worried that something had occurred there, possibly like had occurred at Bundy.
So now you're concerned with the health and welfare of OJ Simpson and the maid, and you're going in to say, where's OJ and where's the maid, right?
Where is anybody that may be at that location?
Well, you didn't know who was expected to be there, did you?
I had no idea, no.
So you didn't know what you were looking for. Is that your testimony?
I didn't know what if anything had occurred there. That's
So you didn't know
correct.
what you were doing there, did you?
Yes, I did.
What were you doing there?
I went there originally to make a notification, to meet Mr. Simpson. The two detectives were assisting me. Once I got there, the situation changed with the information we had received and the evidence that we saw.
And now you're going in to look for people.
That's correct.
You go to the front door and ring the front doorbell.
Yes,
You get no response.
that's correct.
Do you force entry?
No,
Why not?
because at that point I didn't think it was appropriate.
Wait, you were very concerned at that point in time, weren't you?
Yes, we were making arrangements for a possible forced entry of the place.
Where have you testified to that previously? You didn't tell the grand jury that, did you?
Sustained.
Where in your reports did you indicate that you were making arrangements for a forced entry, sir?
I don't believe it's in the reports.
Who did you notify at police headquarters or communications that you were preparing a forced entry?
No one.
What preparations did you make for a forced entry?
Detective Phillips contacted the watch commander and asked him to send a West Tech unit back to the location that we may have to make forced entry into the location.
So for an emergency situation like this, now you're going to have the security of West Tech going in with you. Is that your testimony?
Well, at that point, we had 6 police officers there, sir.
Well, you had 25 standing around the murder scene, didn't you?
Yeah, that's correct.
Did you call any of them over?
No,
They were only 5 minutes away, weren't they?
that's correct.
When you went in, did you start making some noise to try to arouse the occupants?
Yes, we were talking. We were knocking on doors.
Were you yelling?
No.
Were you making your presence known?
Well, I think our presence would have been known. We had flashlights. We were talking. We were knocking on doors. We were moving around the grounds.
You were talking to each other, weren't you?
That's correct.
You were
yes.
knocking, OJ, are you here? Is there any problem? Are you okay? Were you doing those things?
No.
Did you decide where to go? Where 4 officers coming in, virtually unprotected, are going to walk around this enormous estate in the darkness? Did you make any plan as to how you were going to protect yourselves?
That's part of our job to do things like that. The protection was probably by numbers. There was no set plan.
So you didn't say, you know, one guy will go to this side and I'll back him up, and you and your partner go here, we'll back you up. It's just, okay, guys, let's see what we can find. You guys started walking around?
I never had the feeling that I was in a dangerous situation at any point. I felt that I may have an emergency situation, but I never felt a personal danger at that location.
Did you want to move quickly?
I don't know that that's true. I was trying to look the grounds over to see if I could see anything on the grounds as I was moving.
Did you tell everybody, let's check the grounds first? Was that your plan?
Well, I think that's just typical police work. As you're moving, you're looking. I was shining my light under the trees and everything to see if I could see anything.
All right, well, first of all, when you come in, right to the right, you see a playhouse. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been inside that playhouse, haven't you?
I've been beside of it. I don't know that I was inside.
Have you seen people inside it? Is it big enough for somebody to walk into?
Yes,
I take it that's the first place where you'd want to look, inside that playhouse, to see if there was any problem. Is that correct?
we were looking all over the grounds.
So you went in the playhouse, is that correct?
No, I didn't.
Did you open the door of the playhouse?
No,
Did you knock on the playhouse?
no.
Did you just simply ignore the playhouse?
The main concern was the residents at that point.
And all four of you went to the front door of the residence together?
That's correct.
And how long did you stay at the front door?
2 or 3 minutes, something like that.
Ringing the bell?
Ringing the bell, knocking on the door, yeah.
But not yelling or shouting or asking for anyone inside?
No.
And then where did you go?
Myself personally,
Yeah, you.
I walked back out to the driveway and walked north to the east-west walkway that walks along the north side of the house.
Shining your flashlight, looking in the bushes, looking in the shrubbery?
That's correct.
Was
yes.
it dark back there?
Yeah, it was dark.
Was that kind of unnerving for you?
No.
Not knowing what you had back there?
I think I testified I didn't feel any personal danger at any time that night.
So there'd be no need at any time for you ever to draw a gun at that location, would there?
I never felt that need, no.
Did you tell anybody to go knock on any other doors? Was there any instruction given by you or Detective Lang as the lead detectives there?
Was that a question?
Yeah.
Was there any instruction?
Right.
No, I think we were working as a group.
Kind of improvising as you went along.
Looking the grounds over, looking for people, yes.
How long did you spend looking in the grounds looking for people?
Well, this happened this happened the entire time we were there. When I was outside, I was looking around.
How long were you outside looking for people?
I don't know exactly. We walked around the side of the house to the back. I was shining my light, maybe 5 or 10 minutes total. I looked the grounds over.
Was that enough time to look everywhere in those grounds?
Well, at some point there, everybody that was supposed to be on the location had been accounted for, and that's when I stopped looking around.
No, but you were looking for people who might be injured.
Again, at a point, people that were supposed to be there were accounted for, and that's when I stopped looking around.
When was OJ Simpson accounted for? What time?
After 6 in the morning.
What time was he accounted for, sir?
I don't know what time the phone call was made.
You don't have any records regarding what time the phone call was made?
Yeah, there are phone records, yes.
You haven't looked at those?
No, I haven't seen them in front of me.
You don't think that's an important aspect of this case?
I can look at the phone record and tell you exactly what time the phone call was made.
You didn't keep any records regarding what time you did anything at the Rockingham location, did you?
Keep any records as to time?
Time anything happened at Rockingham.
Oh, that's not true.
You did keep such records?
There's a search warrant that indicates items that were found there, yes.
No. Did you keep any records as to what time you did things at the Rockingham location? What time you arrived, what time you went to the Bronco, what time you did everything you have testified to? Are there any such records, sir?
Other than phone records, no.
And isn't that part of good record keeping to make sure that the chronological record is in order for all important aspects of this case?
That's part of record keeping, yes.
Is this a good place to stop, Your Honor?
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon session. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you. Detective Van Adder, you may step down. You're ordered to return at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will stand in recess as far as the jury is concerned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I'd like to see counsel on the discovery matters after a short recess. All right, that's the order. Thank you, counsel.